Well, hello and welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the HORNBILL Esports Championship Season 2. And this is the MOBA 5v5 category that you're watching. And guess what? We started quite a long back, but hey, everything has to come to an end. But this is not the end, I would say. This is just the prenup before the end. This is the last day for the LAN qualifiers for the teams, of course. But before that, let me introduce you to myself. I'm Shinryu, the voice for this game, and I'm being joined by my brother Ash TZ, who's right beside me. So we'll be carrying this game forward. But Ash, I have a quick question before we actually move on to any other part. The last couple of days has been like so disheartening for some of the teams, right? We already have 6 teams qualifying to the LAN. 2 more slots remain, and today the last trial for these teams. What do you feel?
I feel like it's currently in Hornbill Esports Championship, it is more like 50-50 for like top dogs and underdogs because we have seen some upsets yesterday as well. And there was a time that I asked Baldur that, are we going to see any team who going to give that competition to the current top team of India, that is Sacrishrine? Then we just saw that thing in the second game as well. I mean, that was a neck to neck, nerve to nerve game in which Sacrishrine managed to win, but there was a moment when we all thought that no, Sacrishrine is not going to the land. It's not going to happen. 9-9. It will be getting the streak will be getting. Stop here. But at the same time, they pull it out. They went to the game. They went to the victor side, and now they're in the land qualifier. So do today's 4 teams are there. First game is obviously with Team Arunadaya versus Team Crimson Echoes. Both the teams are so good, well known in the community, but they are yet to give their best because this is the last game they will play with each other. And I mean, like this win will actually implies onto the land qualifier stage. If they wants to make their appearance in the land, they need to pull this game out. And this is a BO3 series. You have 3 chances. You might go for a 2-0 clean sweep or for a 2-1 series clinching matchup. But no, God knows what will
Absolutely.
happen. It's more like we want to see it in the battlefield rather than talking about it. But before the battlefield, there is a mental exercise going to happen. That is the draft section. So the panel will be so hit up. I'm damn sure about it.
Absolutely. And you know what? Like you mentioned, the battlefield is already beginning as the draft is rolling on in this game. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would love to introduce you to the teams onto the left side of your screen. That is going to be the first pick team. Arunadaya Esports will be taking the first slot here into this game. They have the first pick, and their opponents will be Crimson Echo. And like Ash mentioned, these are no new teams. Might have not heard much about them, but they have been some of the best performing teams in this tournament so far, and by far I mean these have been the toughest contender. That's why they are this close from qualifying into qualifying into the LAN, of course. But hey, any LAN is incomplete without our sponsors. So if you are going to watch the Hornbill Esports Festival or Hornbill Festival in general, don't forget to check out Naga Beans. They are a Korean cafe in Kohima. And of course, we have more sponsors like this Nagaland Doors. They are a Nagaland based brand specializing in custom made doors, interior solution, and architectural products. So hey, a huge shout out to them. And this tournament cannot be organized or even be possible without the support of ESAN, that is the Esports Association of Nagaland, and the Department of Youth Resources and Sports, Government of Nagaland. So a huge shout out and a huge thank you to each and one of them for showing us immense support and making this entire event possible. But hey, Ash, we need to go back to the draft already. The bans are here. We see 5 heroes being banned, and 2 of them are mages. So the side of Team Crimson Echo, they're really trying to put the mid lane under control, under some leash. But the side of Arun in the esports, they're really banning off the meta heroes, I would say, or the very strong independent heroes that are really rampaging out there. So what does this open up is still the question. I would say the Zushin would be a very good first pick, isn't it?
Kimmy as well. Lunox is open, so we can't even say what it will be. Hilda might be the option,
Oh,
but no, it will be the Black Dragon coming in. But at the same time, Shindu, that's Selena ban. A respect towards Arunadai's mid laner because we don't see Selena bans a lot in the game. But it might be the respect. But now the second 2 picks will be there simultaneously from the side of Crimson Echoes, and I believe they might go for that Gatotkacha Kimi combo, or they might go for something else. But no, okay,
ooh.
Halit with a Baksha. Is the Yuzong
Oh.
pick a little bit early? Phobius could have been the option.
Mm, I think the Yuzong does work better, at least in this patch where you want to dive the backline. The Phobius is good, it's better as a undamage absorber who can actually be the really good frontline. But despite that, I would say the dragon can do a lot more with the zoning capabilities and has a really threatening presence into this team fight. Because of which, the dragon can hamper a lot of the positioning, especially for those mages which are very, position based or position dependent heroes, especially like we have to talk about the Farsa, the Eve. These heroes cannot really get a free zone or free space to actually use their ultimates, which are their most kills. But hey, the picks are coming really quickly from both these teams. They're not really waiting anything or any second has been wasted by them. There will be the need, and alongside that, they have also locked in to the Fredrin. So it's gonna be a utility versus utility jungler, unless this bugs are getting flexed, of course, right? But apart from that, we do know where the rest of the two heroes are going. That is going to be the Harith and the Lapu Lapu. So, what does this actually anticipate us into, thinking what will the teams pick? Because the damage dealers are there, the frontliners are there. Now they need something to actually get the mid control, isn't it?
Yeah, the mid control, and the best option is the Lunox and the Tushin, but at the same time they got the bans right now. The two more bans will be coming in, and we might gonna see some mid lane bans, of course. Eve will be a vulnerable pick as well here, but they're banning out the Gatot Kacha, which could have been a good option with the Kimi I told you, but at this time, as you mentioned, the Bakshia might be a flex. It can go to the jungle, it can go to the EXP or to the roam, but at the point there is the Lapu Lapu, there is the Harrods. So no more EXP, no more. I mean, we're gonna see that Bakshia no more into the EXP. So it might be into the roam or to the jungle. And if they're preparing it to the roam, then we might gonna see the Xbog into the jungle. So I believe like ban out the Xbog here, not that Hayabusa. Hayabusa, okay, fine. I mean, I don't know why they went for the Hayabusa. It might be a thing that they want to make sure that the Nathan will play safely. But at the same
True.
time, I believe like when you're playing with a Fedrin, you should ban out the Xbox or the Lucas or maybe sometimes Joy. I mean, even though the taunts will be there from Fedrin to Joy, but still the magic penetration works so good against the utility.
Absolutely, in this draft, it's going to be a front to back most likely from the setup under the esports, so they need to keep their backliner safe. That's why the Hayabusa ban is there, and even the Joy, like you mentioned, needs to be banned off. Even though they have a Fredrin, which can so more or less can counter the Joy pick, of course, but still damage control needs to be there. And what's better way than banning of the hero, of course? And like you mentioned, the Xbox could be a really good pick for the jungle into the side of Team Crimson Echo, unless they want to flex this hero. And still Angela coming in, and you can already see the third ban was the Esmeralda, so all these heroes cannot be counted out so easily. And they have a really good time with those shield, because the more the shield they have, the better they can actually just survive those team fights. And once again, they just not only survive, they have so much threatening presence into the game, especially for
Yeah.
Harith into the late game, right?
I mean, at this point, I believe like the Harith will have a little bit problem against the Nathan in the late game because we all know the late game Nathan is so good at this point. But talking about the mid lane control, I told you Kimi, Jushin, Lunox, these three things are so good nowadays, and they're going with the Kimi at the same time they're going with the Hilda. So this Hilda is for the zoning for the early game invasion, but I believe maybe a Kalea or something which could have gave some heal to that Fedin would have been better option into the roam for the side of Arunadai. But they will have some pick off rate for them. They have some strategy in their mind. So I believe they will come after with their strategy into this game. The last pick, what it could be. Lucas, I
Oh,
told you, Lucas or Xbox. GG man. GG pick coming out.
yeah. We did talk about the flex potential into the bugs here, right? Even the Angela is most likely going to the mid lane nowadays with the recent updates onto the roam has really changed how it works, right? No more you can just get the level 4 so easily. You have to give the vision, so the Angela is better off onto the mid lane. But hey, this will be the draft for both these teams. We can see a lot of, not a lot of flickers. It's like two flickers from each side, two purify, one petrify, and one revitalize. So they are actually going for the most useful or most uh, recommend skills, or not skills but spells for their heroes, which will give them a lot of prio into this game. But at the same time, what do you think of the draft for both these teams, Ash?
I mean, Team Kremshenekos are having a good draft here, having the Bakshia into the jungle, as I mean, to the roam. I believe this is a broken wall map. So Lucas being there with the help of the Angela's Hill, it will be great. But at the same time, there is a Fedrin who can act as a sustain, and they got two magic damage dealer, Kimi with the Nathan. We don't see it regularly, Kimi Nathan combo, but it's so rare, but it is there, guys. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn, to the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2, powered by Esports Association of Nagaland. And this is the MOBA 5v5 category. You're right now watching at the stream. So I hope you all are enjoying it. And if you're enjoying it, do hit the subscribe button, like the stream, share the stream to your friends. Comment in the stream whom you are supporting, Arunadai or Team Crimson Echoes.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the first game in this first match, or we can just say the second last match of the tournament. And both these teams, they are more than ready. They're more than prepared for taking this next slot into the next level, because the LAN is on the line, and both these teams would want to qualify for that. On the side of another esports, they do require that level 4. Even the side of Team Crimson Echo, they definitely need that level 4, and they will do it very easily. But hey, I just noticed the name for the Lapu Lapu Ash, and this is something you told me about. Anytime you see the what was the name, the Hanabi, you can just call her CC immune hero, right? So hey, this is the Lapu Lapu whose name is CC immune in this one.
It's like he will be giving us a trouble time. Like he'll be showing us the CC immune. We might be thinking that he's using his bravest fighter, but no, you're not gonna give us any trouble because of the new system we're having. We can see on your level mark the ultimate is working or not. There is the cooldown or not, so you're not gonna give us the trouble. But talking about the trouble, Esteem or the esports will having a little bit upper spike in the late game because they got the Natan, they got the Kimi, so they need to hold the game a little bit longer, and for that they need to prioritize those neutral objective. And talking about the neutral objective, we have the first neutral objective into the lineup down, and before that a zone comes up with a fight as well. Baksha goes in with a roller coaster.
Oh, they still want to go for this. The Black Dragon form is out. The turtle is really low on HP, but who's going to get the distribution here? It's 50-50, but it's going to be Mono getting the turtle, and one kill will be there, but it must make up to 2. And Team Crimson Echo, they're really on the back foot. They will be forced back under the turret, and with this, Team under the esports got themselves a really early lead into this game.
Lucam, look at Lucam. He's really got that way to the safer position. I thought that he might be taken out, and that's the way. I mean, the turtle fight was there. It was the Kimi who acquired the turtle with this traction pulse, and then my goodness, Tokyo just went in with the Black Dragon form. CC Immune got down, Mega Kima. So everything, the turtle and the skills were fall into the hand of Arunadai. What a start. What a dreamy start in the game number 1 of this BO3 series. GG Arunadai in the very early game. We were thinking about that late game spike, but now they're literally giving that early game gap to Crimson Echoes. But still, Crimson Echo, I believe, like the Harris rotation was too great. Shinju, he just gave that rotation, but at the same time, he was vulnerable to the position against that Kimi, and he was about to get down, but luckily, with the help of the Zamam force, got a little bit mobility and finds his way back. But there you go, talking about the mobility, there is the Hilda as well, Shinju.
Absolutely, the presence in the early game is definitely felt from the side of the esports. The damage is there. Like, the early game, Kimi does deal a little bit of shred damage, which is difficult to actually just negate, difficult to actually just ignore. You have to feel that, and the Angela without the level 4 and like this will definitely get punished. Mono picks up one more kill, and this is that superior mid control. The side of Team Aruna, they can actually exert. The Angela cannot really clear the wave so quickly, and even with the Baxia, it's difficult, right? The Baxia is not the hero that can give so much of an assistant. With the second skill, he cannot spam in like multiple time onto the minions, so that is a problem. Whereas the side of another esports, they have standalone heroes. The Hilda does not really need to help the Kimi to clear out the lanes. He just need to provide the vision and put the pressure. And talking about pressure, the second turtle of the game will be up. Both the teams are waiting for the setup, and you can already see the Lucas wants to go in, saving that beast form, and he's just waiting for the side of Team Under the Esports to actually start it off, and they're doing it. Nick just getting a bit of damage, but the Fredra and Rogu is starting it off. But who's gonna get it is gonna be the question. Last one was Mono this time. Who's gonna get it, Ash?
The position is so good for another, but before that, the Black Dragon emerges. The traction pulse comes in, and it will be Dragon Tokyo taking out the turtle there and going for the dive here. Alice the Wish comes up as well. Zaman Force popping there. The Sun Force down. Mono will be the one taking down the Boxer there with the Zaman Force coming in. Chrono Vision coming in as well. Continuous Force being there. Mono will be securing a double onto the Lucas. Oh, he's going for the triple at this point. The curtain call. Oh my goodness, there is a heal. Immobilized coming in by the Angela. Flicker comes up at the flicker from Mono as well, but he will not find his way onto that Angela and went back with the help of the Cyclone Eye. GG dodging comes out from the Angela and the heal as well. What a fight it was, but still the fight favors into the side of Arunadai, having the turtle and the kills. But there you go. Synchrono Vision, but Mega Kaba will be still there without any scratch on.
Absolutely, the early game is definitely there for the side of the esports. They are taking the fight so spectacularly that you can see they are taking the risk, but at the same time, they're not losing too much. They have to just give one kill to the side of Crimson Echo, and every time they want to engage, they're getting pulled into the team fight like a position where it will be favoring around the esports. And because of that, they have already accumulated a 2.9k goal lead in this game, and this is gonna hurt because you're talking about an Aiden which actually scales really good and really high in this game. And even the Kimi, if you give her a free kills like this, I think it's gonna be really difficult for you to actually just come back. Harith is a scaling hero, of course, but it does require a lot of space and farm to do the same. And again, the trash burst being used up, but no follow-up from that one. But at the same time, you can see the side of Team Crimson Echo. They are hesitating. They know that they do not have the advantage in the early game. That's why they're just folding it from those team fight. They're not really going full-fledged in. They tried twice, but it did not really work out. But again, onto the mid lane, the Predator and Rogue will be getting that, shield unity onto his face, but still walks out. And by the time we talk about all this, the third turtle or the third neutral objective will be up in the game. And so far, none of them has been secured by the jungler. So who's going to get the third one is still a mystery to us. And both the teams, they're actually just trying for the position, but positioning at the same time, you can see the zoning coming out from Tokyo as well as Mega Akiba. And they're doing a very phenomenal job. The Baxia with the shield unity wants to go in, but the turtle is really low, 50-50 still. And this time, it's going to be Yuki picking it up, and they're still going for more. Mono will pick up the kill onto us. Nick and Yuri will fall as well. And with this, the side of Team Crimson Echo, they have lost two of their members, and now CCMN is running to the opposite side of the map, and there is no escape for that. Mono picks up a monster kill, and CCMN has to fall. And this just builds the foundation for the setup of the esports to get this game into their pocket even more. The lead is definitely being shown in the game.
It's still the same, we can say, because you got the turtle, you got one kill, they got 3 kills in that way, and it's because of the positioning, I believe, because the Mono was literally chasing out the Angela as well as the Harith at the same time. CC Immune got a little bit deflected after the turtle securance, and that's the way when he got trapped down in the jungle area of another esports. At this point, it is a huge goal lead because 3.7k in just 8-minute marks of the game, with having the utility in your side and Natan and Kimi. Two of them are deadly late game spikers. So we don't want this. Team Crimson Echo don't want this to happen, but it is happening right now. Aruna, they're having the mid-game spike, and they might be gonna having the late-game spike as well. Black Dragon emerges. They are going into the action, but it will be Harith getting that hard guard help, support from the Angela, of course, and it will actually give them a little bit, breathe as well, because they might not gonna go for that engage into the bot side, but no, they're actually taking out the engage here and taking out the macro as well. A lead into the hand. Torres Poisons just got used, slowing down Rogu as well. Rogu is getting immobilized. Without that, the Baby Spider comes up by CC Immune. He's going in there, and with this, oh my goodness, look at that traction pulse comes in as well. The follow-up is so good. The chasing being done, it will not be gonna happen to catch up anybody. At the same time, another time for another neutral objective, this time a bigger one, because it is the time for the Mega Lord to spawn into the Land of Dawn. Let's see, guys, who will be having the first Lord of the game, because two turtle went into the hand of Arunadai, not to the jungler, but it is the mid laner and the EXP laner who managed to secure it, and then it is the Lucas with a 50-50 retreat fusion battle, securing the turtle, the third one, and now it's for the Lord. Even though they're getting the Lord, are they going to take on a fight here, because they're losing out each and every fight, Shinju?
Absolutely, it's like, they are trying, but at the last team fight, we did see a lot of resources being burned up, but this time, even though the goal is into the hands of Team Arun the Esports, the side of Team Crimson Echo, they're showing some spirit, they're showing some, you know, fire in them, and the turrets are getting pushed really quickly. You can see the side of Team
Angela.
Crimson Echo, they have the better advantage, pushing this turtle. Even Angela is pushing, and this is a good thing, the Angela can really instantly rotate around the map with the hard card, of course, but Hilda is finally making a rotation to actually stop that advances. At the same time, you can see the hard card being used up. She actually read it on time, and this time they will take one more fight on towards the mid lane. The entropy being used defensively this time. The Lord is still not started, and the Black Dragon versus the Lapu Lapu. This will be CC immune, but the Metrify combo coming in with the Black Dragon. He was going in full flesh, and there comes the big bomb. But Mono will pick up the kill, and this time, two members have already fallen. The Black Dragon is really deep into the enemy territory. He's trying his best, and he will get the support, but does not really fall. The heal is still there, and with this, Arun the Esports, they have the better time. They have the advantage into taking this Lord. No jungler means that Lord is freely going into their hands, and the turrets will soon be getting taken down for sure. But the same thing can be said from side of Team Crimson Echo. They really tried to take that fight, but you can see the replay here, Rash, right? What a team fight.
I was expecting it. I was expecting the replay for sure. And 3-man petrify. Then the attraction pulse comes in. Natan and Kimi, the damage dealer, finds a way. And not only that, he finds his way back as well. I mean, he was fighting against those 3v1 situation. Hilda comes up and he goes back with the help of the dash. So good from Tokyo 123, of course, because he was really good at that engage. Team Aruna, they won that opening for them and just gave it without any tax. This is what you want in a Lord fight. Everybody is getting away from the Lord zone, and you're getting the Lord for free, but 2 kills additionally getting into your hand as well. But right now, the second tier into the mid, getting down. This means you know what is happening, Shinryu. It is the mid lane, the jungle area getting expanded. You're getting more chances to actually go for those ganks inside the tiers, inside the jungle area. And another tier 2 fall down, which comes up for Yuzong. Just a poke though. Now, Lord coming in will be defended by Team Crimson Echoes, of course. But how much longer the time is, because the time mark is 11 minutes, 58 seconds, 59, 12, and the goal lead is 7k almost.
At this point, they definitely need to get farm onto this Luke. I think that's the one way for them to actually get out of this tough position, because if he gets the farm, if he gets the damage, it's going to be a lot more easier, but the rest of the team is really falling a lot more. Lucum is the only person who has not really fallen and is able to maintain his goal quite steadily, but he does require a couple of thousand gold before he can actually deal most damage. His Holy Crystal is not really there, so the damage output will be quite less. And against those tanky heroes like the Yuzhong, like the Hild, as well as even the Fredrin, it's difficult to actually just deal damage. With just 2 items, yes, you deal the 2 damage, you deal a massive ton of damage, but you do require quite a few items to actually be able to come online in this game. And so far, even the frontliners are lacking in terms of the survivability because of those, because of not having those items. And this is very difficult because you can see the goal lead is there from the side of one of the esports, and they have not really lost it once. Yes, they are losing the team fight sometimes, but most of the time they have been able to maintain it pretty steadily. And all they are doing is just denying the farm. You can see the waves are not being cleared. It's just froze onto the side lanes, and even the jungle is being cleared out every time. And just as I mentioned, Lucum just picked up the Holy Crystal, so there are some signs, but the signs might just get shut down, because I just saw even Mega Joy Boy picking up the Divine Glaive, and this is going to be hurting really more than it was already, Ash. And we are talking about a late game Nathan, right? This hero is pretty busted when it comes to the late game, and the Lord has just spawned, and another fight seems like pretty pretty inevitable, and is brewing around the map. But look at the top lane though, that's where it's pretty fun to look at.
2 of the roamers are really dimming there, and Hilda can actually come up and cope up with the speed because of the river area, as well as Angela with the help of the hard guard. But now the zone coming out from this Bakshia is too good. But I'm sorry, Angela is not the roamer. He's the mid laner here. This is what's most funny thing about this game. All these roles are swapped at this point. Okay, the Lord dance started. The traction pulse comes in. Let's see who will be having the retreat. Rocco with the clutch will be securing the retreat as well. Legendary coming out from Mono. What a damage! A double will be secured. Triple on Rick. It is a way for a triple, and now Sliver of HP. The Winter Crown comes up, but it will be the damage from the Chunky Daddy. Will be taking out the Naruto. No! Sliver of HP managed to go back into the base, but will it be the way to defend it out? Because all these waves are channeling into the Nexus because it is open right now. Dash comes up from the Black Dragon. Yuzong will be there, but it will be Mono securing the legendary onto the Lucas. The Zaman Force comes up. It's only the one member who is standing there. Distraction Pulse comes in. Flicker comes up. Hilda goes in, finds the kill, and with this, the base goes on. The crowns popped up. It is Team Arunadai getting the first victory in this BO3 series. What a way to start the BO3 series for a LAN qualifier stage. A victory into the hand, a lead into the point. 1-0 is the score is. Are we going to see a 2-0 clean sweep, or we're going to see the comeback? Because setback is the time for now. I mean, this break will having the setback time for Team Crimson Echoes. The only chance to get your ticket punched for the Kohima for the Hornbill Esports Championship LAN 2025 Season 2 MOBA 5v5 category. Shinryu, do you think there is a chance for Crimson Echoes to actually shows their echoes, louder their echoes in this game, or it is the Arunada Esports who will be punching it today?
See, it's too quick, too early to actually rule out the other team, right? I feel it was just a bit of the testing of the water that they did. Apart from that, they had a pretty good draft. At some point, the zoning out was not really there, and I even feel they could have actually gone for something with a better damage as well. But at the end, it's just Team Aruna Esports playing it better, and I'm really interested to see who actually got the MVP for this game. And hey, it's no
Of
brainer,
course.
right? Mono, Mono just played way too good this game, and he had enough stack in this game. And you can see he has actually two divine glaive. Man was like, I'll penetrate the shield even more than you actually can build up, because they had ban of the Esmeralda, and after that, Mono was the single person, 100% team fight participation. Means like he was at a different level, right?
Sky Pierce, two divine claves, concentrated energy, genius one, everything were there for Mono, and from the very
Oh,
beginning.
wait. It just changed, man. It just changed. It is actually the DHS. Now it makes sense. Now it
Okay.
makes sense, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. But I thought, I mean, divine clip, two divine clips. It might be the action from her, but it's fine. Mono, what a gameplay it was. I mean, so destructive, so dominative from the very beginning of the game. And it is not only because of Mono. If you'll actually see, it is the Mega Akawa as well as the Tokyo giving him a beautiful opening, a beautiful zoning as well. And every time there's the KDA 1105, no death, unkillable, just like Baldudu says. I mean, he was unkillable whole the game. I mean, in the whole game, because of two people, I believe it is Mega Akaba as well as Tokyo, who was just standing as a wall. So do the Fedrin Rogu as well. But Joy Boy, I mean, even though Joy Boy was more anticipated into the team fight, was more vulnerable to that Harith and all, he was also playing so safe. So this is more like you're playing a safe game, as well as the same time you're just giving your best in the damage output as well. So you got the MVP, of course. And we're going to see that Joy Boy stats as well. Uh, Look at that Joy Boy. KDA of 1 2 13. It is not bad, Shinju. He's getting those assists because there is a Sky Piercer in the hand of none other than Mono.
Absolutely. And I think, it's difficult to actually just. He didn't fall once, even once for Mono, right? So we pretty much had 80 stack onto the Sky Piercer, a lot of true damage and a lot of, easy kills for him, of course. And all I've just, honestly, I just feel the side of Team Arena Esports didn't really care who are getting the kill, who is getting the turtle at some point, because hey, all they wanted was the objective, all they wanted was the win, and they have done this. They have a day in their name, Aruna Day. So this is their day, it seems like so far. And after this, like you mentioned, Crimson Echo, if they can really pull off a upset or not, but hey, we saw who got the MVP, but we need to see his moments, right? He was definitely a force to be reckoned with in this game. And
Bro,
I feel they also need to ban off the Kimi, right? In this game.
yeah. They also need to ban out Tokyo's Dragon. I mean, you're gonna see the MVP moment of this guy Mono, but you're gonna see Black Dragon emerging as well in each and every fight, giving out that opening, giving out that spike to Mono as well. Look at that, Hilda. I told you, Akaba and Tokyo literally make the play so smooth for Mono to secure that MVP.
So do he was giving that damage as well from the very beginning into the back line, into the backside as well. At the same time, he was playing very safe. Look at that. The burst onto that Angela, which was not even level 4 at the point. And then this fight. Every turtle fight has been won by the side of Team Arnada. Even though they lost one turtle, but they won that fight. So it's more like Team Arnada's mid laner Mono literally played so well with the help of his team because it is all about a team game, 5v5 in the end of the day.
Absolutely. And the way Black Dragon was actually enabling those team fight, and even how much spacing did he brought up for the team was really, really important, because without any of them, it would have been so difficult for them to actually just try and get a way back. Because most of the
And
time
also,
you see, right, the damage dealers are gonna be there, the damage dealers are gonna do their
this
work.
one, this one. The
Hmm.
best one, I can say, the three-man petrify and then the traction pulse with the entropy coming in, two-man getting down, Lord into the hand. Everything was settled at this fight. And it's literally, I mean, the MVP is Mono, but the true MVP, you know who it is. I mean, like the Hokage and the Shadow Hokage, like that type of thing. MVP and the Shadow MVP.
Absolutely. Been a maniac at this point, but it's not really care. At the end of the day, like you mentioned, and
Okay,
that's
my friend is having some issues. My friend is having some issues. I'll just take over here. What a game, what a matchup it was. But it is obviously when you're having the early game spike with a late game lineup, you're gonna busting out the late game as well. So do it happen from the side of team or another esports. But there is always a but, there is always a so. And this but and so is Team Crimson Echoes. The Echoes are little bit lower this time, but who knows? In the second game, we might gonna see the echoes. Not see, might gonna hear the echoes a little bit louder. I mean, they already know this. Kimmy is little bit, not little bit, totally, immensely good
Mhm.
from the side of team or another. So they might gonna respect it out, just like they respect out that Selena. But at the same time, the Lunox is open. Are you gonna bet out the Lunox? So you're not sure about it. I will say go for something which can actually burst out the Kimi. Go for a Kadita or go for a Farsa who can actually give that 1v1 fight into the mid lane. And if you're gonna actually do that thing, you might gonna pull out the game. But Shinryu, as you are here, you're a good analyst, of course. My friend, I'm gonna ask you, Lucas is good because I mean it is good, of course, because there was an Angela. But what if they could have gone for an Xbox?
I would say the export could definitely happen.
Okay,
This-
it's okay. Still, I'm not audible. I mean, he's not audible, but it's fine. He'll getting resolving his issue as soon as possible, I believe. So let's not talk about it. Let's go to the draft directly, guys. The second game is on, and Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2 MOBA 5v5 category 2025, powered by Naga Doors and Naga Beans. That is a Korean cafe in Kohima, and the Naga Doors are the best furniture selling company out there in Nagaland. So if you want to decor your home with some new furniture, don't hesitate to go to Naga Doors and buy your future, I mean, furnitures to make your home a little bit, like
Yep.
beautiful with those
Well,
furnitures. Okay,
indeed.
he's back.
Wow, you're so happy that I'm back, Ash. So the question that you actually asked me, right, whether the Xbox would have been a better pick, I do agree the Xbox could have been the better pick, given the fact there was a little bit of a shaky start from the side of Team Crimson Echo. The Xbox can deal the true damage, and even in the late game, is still relevant in terms of going for the front lining and even dealing damage. He's pretty decent, but the Lucas cannot really get back very easily. Even if you have the hard card, even if you have that extra appeal for yourself, it's like you still lack that extra bit of let's just say, in the current meta you do require a hero that can actually get past the front line. The Lucas cannot really do that so easily. He can go for a flank, but it's very less, or very very low times that we have seen this game that the side of Team Crimson Echo actually did for that thing. But at the same time, this time, that time, every time, we do require a hero that actually works in the meta. And if a
Hmm.
hero does not work in the meta, I think you should better off leave it in the away from the games, because I'm not criticizing this hero. It's just that there are better heroes to go for, right? You can actually pick
Hmm.
up a hero that can give you better advantage. you had the bugs here, you could have gone for something more onto the mid lane. You could have just, picked up a better damage dealer onto the mid lane, because you did see the early game was completely lacking from the side of Team Crimson Echo. The Harith is not really scaled early. The Lapu Lapu was the only person who was good deal the damage. The Lucas, yes, he had his moment, but not every time. And even with the Angela's ultimate, it was not nearly enough sustain for him. So, in the grand scale of thing, I think they could have done a little bit better with the draw for sure.
Yeah, of course. But what can we say? It's the first game. I always say the first game of the BO3 series is a bait game. They just bait it out, and this time they might gonna show their true potential. They know some trump cards already been opened, so they're banning it out right now. Fedrin got banned. It's a respect ban, as well as the Natan. The Natan was too deadly in the late game. Even though it was the 1-2-13 KDA, but still he was contributing into the team fight participation every time. But that's the thing. They're banning out this respect bans here. With that, we're gonna see the dragon ban as well, because this time the first pick goes to Team Kremshan Echoes, and Team Arunada don't want to take any chance against them, because this is their match point game. They're just one way, one win away from the land qualifier to embrace their journey to the Kohima for the Hornbill Esports Championship MOBA 5v5 category Season 2. Let's see
Hey
the first
Ash,
pick coming in. Lot of
hey
things are
Ash.
open at this point. Yep.
If we get selected, I mean, if you're going to the Hornbill Sports Festival, this Hornbill Festival itself, are we going to Naga Beans? Are we going to check them out? Or no?
Of course, of course. I mean, you are a coffee person. I'm not a coffee person though, but still I'll go because the ambience is
No
so
discount
good.
for you.
And
No discount for you. No discount for you, man. But again, hey, I'm just kidding. Relax, relax. I'm just
hey,
pulling
if
your
we
leg.
go now, like if we're not even invited, we should go to Naga Beans. I mean, somehow we do have our
No,
friends there in
Ash,
Nagaland.
Ash likes to be the uninvited guest. But again, the uninvited guest for this game would be the CC coming in from the side of Team Crimson Echo.
Okay.
And again, Mono will get his hands onto the Kimi. So, oh man, they should
Gatot
have banned the
Kaka as well.
Kimi. They should have banned the Kimi, right? Isn't it?
I mean, it was the main problem. Even though
Mm-hmm.
you're thinking the Fedrin and the Natan was there, but still, Kimi was the main problem. He was the one. Mono was the one who was giving that position, was giving that that dodging as well with the kills. I mean, the KDA was 11:05, guys. You don't have to forget this thing, but still, the
100%
CC
participation.
Gatotkacha technique, the technique they were applying, the strategy they were applying, CC Gatotkacha got
Yeah.
busted when the Gatotkacha got picked by Arunadai. They got the combo right now, Gatot Kimi combo. At the same time, they're going with the Hayabusa here. This is something I'm going to talk about. This is a trademark pick for Kemshiniko's jungler, and they're going with the Esmeralda as well. Arlot or Lapu Lapu? Quick, 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 Sindhu.
I think they will not go for either. They should still go for the jungler at this point. If they want, they can pick up something like the, yeah, I was gonna say the Baxi actually, because that seems very good. And I, I still wonder if it still has 100% win rate in this season, because it just had lost a game, right? So the Baxia, even though is a shaky hero, but still gives a very good or very tough time towards those tankier junglers. When I say tankier junglers, this not the tankier junglers. I mean the assassin junglers, or even the marksman junglers, right? So
Hmm.
this hero can really soak in a lot of those frontlining damage that can get through the back line. So this is something it's very difficult to actually get through and even get to melt. If with the heroes like let's just say the CC, you can actually peel a lot of damage, but still not nearly enough to just take him down very easily. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of time to actually punish the Baxi, and coupled with the Garut Kacha is so much more, right? Isn't it? And they have
Yeah.
again the Kimi, so it's looking really tough to actually get to the backline.
Ban out the Eve here, and Chushin is open. Still, this is so flexible draft being chosen by none other than Arunadai, because this Gatot Kacha can actually go for the EXP. You can actually pull out the Baksha into the roam, and at the same time, you can actually go for something like Suyu. Even though it is off meta, but off meta is working in this new patch, in this new meta, you can say. So they can actually go for this picks, but at the same time, we're gonna see the ban onto the Xbox. That means still they have still not thought about what I'm thinking, like the Baksha into the Rome, Katot into the EXP. They're thinking like Xbox might come into the jungle, or it can go to the goal as well. So anything can be happening. So you cannot actually ban out some particular heroes. And my friend Shindu always telling me that this is not about the meta; it is more about the individual players. So you actually go for this individual players ban. So, but Team Crimson Echoes want to take that bait once again with that Kimmy into the hand of Mono.
Absolutely. Even the Xbox could be a flex onto the goal lane. So the CC actually have a tough time to go against the Xbox because both of the heroes are pretty much melee, and for melee heroes they have to deal the damage close by, right? And every time the CC wants to get close to the Xbox, he can use the flamethrower to get back his Viraga armor. So it's like not the best matchup, and you want to avoid it as much as possible. And this CC is actually still a question because both CC as well as Esmeralda can be a flex. It's not certain which hero is going where, but looking at the draft, I think against the Esmeralda, once more, the Baxia is there, the anti-heal hero. So therefore, they are really trying to do what they can for the damage control, but still the Lapu Lapu will come in this game, or it will be picked by the side of team around the esports, even though the opponent has Esmeralda. So this is a really big statement, right? They're like, let me show you how the Lapu Lapu is played out, because last time the side of team Crimson Echo, they picked the Lapu Lapu. They were doing a very good job, honestly. The Lapu Lapu was giving a very good frontlining, but still they did not have enough damage to burst the members. This time they have the, I would say, the Kimi with the Lapu Lapu, so it could be much better. But hey, I just see a Kaja out of nowhere, and this might just change things, shift things a lot more, because the lockdown will be very difficult to get out of, and even with that, they have the Lunox, more shred damage or more burst damage for sure.
Yeah, Crimson Echoes are going with a good drop this time. It is the do what I said for them. They need to pull out this type of draft, and they're going for it. But at the same time, you're gonna see the Baksha is into the jungle. So this Kaja pick is still like whom you gonna grab on with the Divine Judgment. There is no Lancelot. There is no Ishan Chin. It's more like the all those tanky members, three tanky. Oh my goodness,
Okay.
I was waiting for this.
He
Really.
has one. He
From
has 133% win rate, bro. 133% win rate. How do you
yeah,
beat that, bro? How do you beat that? I
you
mean,
can't.
I would say a lot of people would criticize the Brody pick in this current meta, but given the fact the early game does favor him, it's just a very good hero to hold the lane. It's not necessarily a good matchup. It's not necessarily a very good, winning lane, but it's good to hold the lane with this hero because one, you have that stun which can actually, stop the heroes when they try to dive in the early game. Because in the early game, you have that extra bit of passive from the turrets, which can give you more defense stats. And if you're just playing around the turrets, then you're actually pretty much safe. But against the Hayabusa, this is really good. The Hayabusa wants to go in with the shadow, and the Brody can really stop him on his way, get the advantage from there on. So if you just see the grand scale of thing, once again I'll use the word, it's really good. But again, I will mention, laning wise, this is not the best matchup that you're looking at.
From Arunade.
Yes, yes, yes. Like the
Yeah.
Brody is not really good against the CC if it's going to the goal lane, because you can see the CC will equip him with the Vengeance. And even if he uses the torn apart memory, the damage will get reflected back. And Brody, he deals damage with the HP lost. So the more HP he can actually take away, the more damage he can deal. But it's very difficult to free hit a hero like CC in the lane. So he has to play very defensive in this game, Ash.
It's fine. Let's see what will be happening in the Land of Dawn, because we are entering into the glorious Land of Dawn for the second game of the night of this first BO3 series between Team Arunadaya Esports versus Team Crimson Echoes. They're actually Arunadaya Esports just one win away from their LAN qualifier, and it's a do or die set for Crimson Echo. If they're not taking out this time, then it's never the lace, because you're not gonna have the chance to go into the LAN again and again, because this is the last chance. You need to pull it out, or else it's over. But as my friend said, that laning wise, Team Arunadaya is kind of lacking in this game. But it is, like, they don't lane. They don't play in the lane. They don't gank onto the lane. They always play safe. They wait for the neutral objectives to come up, and then they take the fight. So it's more like the team fight. They are prioritizing the neutral objectives. They are prioritizing the objective specific gameplay. And at that moment, they will grab up some micros. So I believe like that type of gameplay doesn't need that winning lane type of heroes.
Honestly, they needed some more damage. That's why they have picked up the Brody. I do understand the fact, but still, they could have even gone for one more fighter on towards the goal lane. Even the Hilda could have worked in some way. The Hilda EXP, not the EXP, but the goal lane. It could have just, or the Benedetta actually. The Benedetta could have been a lot better against the against CC, because the new Benedetta has this passive refilled really quickly, and the TC actually really gets his stack down much sooner than the previous patch. So again, that will be the problem up top. Though there will be a gank taken by both the teams, but no damage or no kills being secured by either of the teams. They are trying to just play for this turtle, but the previous fight will already being used by Tokyo, and he's actually still trying to take more fight here. Ash, the turtle is 50-50.
He was not aware of the Gatot Kacha being there, and now the turtle got slain into the hand of Roku. Now he will be taking out the turtle and coming back in the safer zone. I thought that he might go for that invasion or the blue buff, but Hayabusa, of course, Yuki was not aware of Gatot Kacha being there in the bush, and that's the main reason he couldn't even go for that contest into the turtle, because he was at the 25% of HP. He just got slammed down by that Lapu Lapu as well as Gatot.
Yeah, I mean, the way the side of team or the esports actually zoned out, even the Landshaker was used just to fool. Oh, but bot lane, those Suzumi will take down Mega Joy Boy. This is the problem with the broad, even if you play at the turret hugging in a way, you are losing out on the laning phase. So you have to play defensively every time, and if you do not have your team around in the early game, you will suffer. You do have the damage, that's not the problem, but it's more about the survivability. If you get ganked by more than one people, it's very difficult to position yourself. And even with the flicker, or actually this time they used the divine judgment on towards him most likely, so it was actually difficult for him to get out. The flicker divine judgment is most likely a confirmed kill with the Lunox darkening and chaos assault. So because of that, it's very, very difficult and very, very easy for them to actually pick off the heroes from the side of Team Around the Esports. And they will not mark the tankier members. They'll most likely go for the Brody, the Kimi, and even at times the Lapu Lapu, I would say, it can be taken down. So in a way, they have that early game damage fix for them. Just the one thing the side of Team Around the Esports needs to do for this game would be holding that lane, but it's not going to be easy. It will come at a cost that you have to give those rotation towards the side lane. You have to provide the vision and the intel to them, but which side will you actually try to save? Both the lanes could be at an equally dangerous spot.
Yeah, of course, and now we're gonna see that onto the top side. This is the second neutral objective popping again, and Rogu is having the position to actually start out that turtle dance for him. And not only the turtle dance, they're actually, in the mood to secure it as well. But at the same time, Coach Shadow got to use. He's in the back line right now, and he goes back with the stealing out the turtle. What a class steal from none other than Yuki. This time, it will not be gonna into the hand of Team the Esports. This turtle goes into the hand of Crimson Echo, but the micro is still the same, 1-for-1, as well as the macro into the turtle, 1-for-1.
Yep, absolutely. And it all started with, the Esports taking down Nick, because he's pretty squishy in the early game, and even with the Crimson Echo, he can actually get out. He did not have the flicker, meaning that there is no way for him to survive. But what a steal coming in from Yuki, man. He just went in with the quad shadow and just he was the retribution on time and got the kill secured. But again, the Thrashing Pearls being used up, but the Brilliance will be saving Suzumi from the harm's way. At the same time, the scoreboard is 1-for-1. The lead is slightly in the hands of Team Crimson Echo. They're doing a good job in actually answering back the aggression with their own. They're not really trying to take big fights, unlike the last game. They're just trying to secure the objective. But once again, the Divine Judgment on towards Tokyo, and there's no way to get out from there. The AOG comes in, but a bit late because the pickoff was just too quickly. You can see the burst damage already being available, right, Ash? And this is the problem. Or this is the thing, which side do you actually save? Both are at equally dangerous spot. And at this point, in the esports, they need to play one lane at a time. If they just try to focus too much of their resources at every lane, they will be at a very huge deficit.
It's more like a Zohed play, you can say, because he's waiting for his flicker to come up, and then he's going for that ultimate and grabbing up anybody he wants, and at the same time, he's getting that follow up from the Lunox as well. It's not follow up actually, it's like Lunox is still there, always with that Kaza. And that's the main reason they're grabbing up those kills. But now, this turtle once again spawning into that top side only. And in the meantime, it will be Tokyo 1-2-3 falling down in the hand of Suzumi. What a way to grab up 201 KD in just 6 minutes 31 seconds of the gameplay. I mean, this is so very slow game because it's more like 3:1 is right now the micro score is with 1-1 into the total. But this time, this total might grab into the hand of team now. The AOG comes up, Akshay goes in.
Oh,
50 this time, he will clutching it out. But the Oogie Shadow Kills comes up, grabbing up a lot of damages onto the three members. Remember the light popped up. Mono goes in, finds a kill onto the Yuki, and there we go. Double will be secured onto the Kaza. Now everything is being settled down. Suzumi falls down to the shutdown onto her, and now they're trapping down the Esma. She does have the absorb there.
yeah. Esmeralda can absorb really well, but hey, they have taken down 3 members from the side of Team Around the Esports. Not in the Esports, from Crimson Echo, and that will be the problem because all of those kills actually went towards Mono, and this is one of those members you not want to give the kills freely, right? And this will gonna be a very hefty price the side of Team Crimson Echo actually have to pay for, and as well on the bot lane, you can see that Mega Joy Boy took the advantage of all that chaos and pushed that lane. So in terms of turrets, it's 1-4-1 again. But mid lane, there will be a full-fledged fight this time. Suzumi will be falling in the damage of Mega Joy Boy. He picks up a double, and now the shield unity will be stopping them on their track. And Nick will be falling. Mega kill for Mono, and they want to push their advantage even further by taking down the mid lane's first tier. And this will open up the map a lot more. Meanwhile, you can see Yuki pushing the bot lane, but Ash just one mistake, one advantage that they just try to wend in with the Flicker Divine Judgment completely changed the tide for the side of Crimson Echo this time.
Everything got changed in that turtle fight, when you're gonna say that, because when they got the fight and then the turtle and 3 kills into the hand, it was a moment when it was 3:1. The score was before that third turtle, and now what is the score is 7:3. I mean, this is like 4 into the lead just because of one mistake. So everything got turned around, and Mono once again, proving himself with a KDA, with a, soothing KDA of 402. So now I believe you should have banned that Kimi out. Even though you are picking out the Lunox, you're going for the damage penetration, magic penetration kind of mage, but still, like, it's more like not like 1v1, it's more like 5v5. So you should have banned out the Kimi and play a safe play there, and it could have been your game.
Yep. And I feel, the side of Team Around the Esports actually have read the skills, or read the, trick from Crimson Echo. All they want to do is like just go Flicker Divine Judgment on towards the member, and then the rest of the team actually just take them down. But again, last one, they could not do the same, and you can see they are actually really reading their opponents well. And at this point, when the Lord is already into the land of Dawn, these teams would want to get a better positioning, and they're still trying to go into, okay, we'll get that shadow kill on towards him, but again, the Revitalize is available from Mega Akaba. At the same time, you can see they're still going in. There will be the curtain call, but will be enough onto the back line. You can see they're doing a lot of damage. Mega Joy Boy will be falling in the hands of Suzume. And the Lord is still 50. The HP bars are really low. Toki will be falling this time in the hands of Lucum. And they're still not done yet. They're still going in for more. And Suzume will be picking up a double kill. 3 members down, and they're looking for a 4. Mono has to burn the Flicker to find the safety, but the Lord will be taken down in the hands of Yuki. And Roku will be left all alone and has to fall. This time, the side of Team Crimson Echo finally answering by the aggression and leading the objective department by taking down the Lord.
Match is getting so interesting at this point. One turtle fight, everything changed for Team Arunadai, but now the Lord fight got changed everything for Crimson Echoes, because they are online, they're back into the game. Secured the Lord, secured 4 kills into the hand. It's just the Kimi who flickered out and went back into the safer zone, but now the tier 2s are into the vulnerable position. A lot of minion waves are coming into the bot side. Hayabusa was about to clinch upon to that tier, but he couldn't manage to do that. But on the top side, it finds another macro for them, and the Lord is marching onto the top side. It might get defended out because there is the Holy Blessing still standing strong, but onto the bot side, pressure has been given onto the Arunadai Esports players, because they are literally going again and again for the fight, and you need to carry out the kill onto none other than Suzumi, because she's the one right now melting out each and every member from Arunadai. Okay, the fights come up, the shot from Brody, AOG into the action, it is a disengager, but at the same time, you're gonna see the fight comes up by Moto with a continuous damage, laning out there. Tokyo falls down in the hand of the Hayabusa. A lot of damage being dished out. Mono secure the kill onto Suzumi. Double into the hand. Brody with the shot. Quad Shadow comes in with the Ogi Shadow kill combo. It will be Mono. Oh my, not goodness. It is the Hayabusa will be taking out Brody, but Mono will be securing the kill.
Oh.
Kaza goes in, finds Rogur. Kaza
Wait,
falls down.
wait.
Savage being cleared. Mono!
Oh my goodness, Mono this time has outdone himself. What a team fight! It all began with aggression, and then you can see Mono just trying to pick up the crumbs that was left behind by his team and did an absolutely phenomenal job. The Ogi Shadow kill could have been the death for his team, but the stun from the Brody made sure that he gets enough time to take down one more member at the clutch of the moment, even though the side of team or the Esports had lost a couple of the members, but still Mono single-handedly carried the team fight, and he is the threat. He is the man for the side of the Esports doing the maximum for right now. And it's all because of his team, of course, but the spacing that he has been provided is absolutely paying the reward for their team, and he has been doing a really good job. Once again, though, they want to go in. This might be a big problem because Mono has a lot of stack onto the Sky Piercer, and dealing a ton of damage will be enough for them to take one more member down. And you can see there will be the UT being used up for the zoning, but still, at this point, on the Esports, they have a green signal to go in. There is no Kaja, means that they can actually easily take down more members as the minions wave will just get cleared out in time, but the Lord is still due for this game. And even though the goal difference is not so much here, Ash, but I think the problem is the scaling, and the side of Team and the Esports have already scaled up their draft or their composition pretty well, and they are looking better to take this Lord unless Nick get there on time and make a miracle happen.
Sorry, having a little bit of network issue, but now the Lord being zoned out here. Let's see, we'll be having the retreat. Rogo secure the Lord there. Mono still standing strong, but it will be the Moon Blessings coming in there. Tokyo falls down, and there is the shot from Brody. Oh my goodness, Joy Boy falls down, but it will be Mono as well, securing the kill onto CC. In the meantime, Rogo goes down. Jungler for the jungler, mid laner for the gold laner, but Mono standing strong there for the side of Arunata Esports. The Lord marching into the mid side. Two people are there. It's actually the three members who are defending it up, but all those waves from the top and bot side will be halting the way right now, hindering out there. But you need to carry out. It's like the mid laner versus the mid laner, which we were anticipating from the very beginning, that because there's two mid laners, the damage dealer from both these sides, even though the Hayabusa is carrying out the game as well, I mean Yuki, but still it's more over to Mono and Suzumi, who are really carrying out the whole game for their side. And it is 15-13. The score is with 2 into the lead for Micro. And if we're going to talk about the macro, Shindu, it is more like a blue sea, but at the same time, the red sea is following as well.
Yeah, the map has been spanned equally, right? All the second tier turrets have been taken down by the side from the side of team or in the Esports. Just actually all the second tier stands, fortunately,
Yeah.
from the side of Team Crimson Echo. So it's actually more the Crimson Echo having the advantage when it comes down to the macro gameplay. Still, they have not been able to secure the last Lord, but yet they won the team fight. Now they have a very good positioning in this team fight. If they can just pick off Mono, I think that will be the get-go. Hayabusa, that is going to be Nick, or it's not Nick, it's actually Yuki being spotted up. But, you know, at this point, the only winning condition for the side of Team Crimson Echo would be taking down Mono. If they can do that, they will be... Yes?
You know, like his name is Mono, but he's not happy with Mono kills. He's happy with the Penta, Quadra, Triple.
Yes, sir.
Every time you see this guy, he is grabbing up those bunch into his hand.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty evident that he will be getting the kills because he has Sky Piercer. He's 11-0 and 2, meaning that he has almost... I think 80 stacks is pretty much equal. The main thing is that he has that, you know, Winter Crown, which will be helping him survive a lot more. But once again, up top lane, they want to go for what more. AOG popped in, and Lucum, he just got an overkill. He was overloaded with the damage as well as the resources, and they wanted to take him down, and he will be falling. With this, the side of Team and the Esports are looking in to take this purple buff away, and the Lord is not even there. You can see a concealed play coming in. Nick and Suzumi, they are ready to pick somebody up. It's going to be Mono, but can they pick him up? No, they got the wrong person, but still they will go a full-fledged fight, and this time the Winter Crown will be saving Mono with the flanker, of course. There will be the shadow kill, but not doing anything. The inhibitor has fallen already, and the side of Team Crimson Echo, they will be walking out, but despite that, nobody fell except for Lucum. And the Lord
A
is
lot
up.
of resources.
Yeah, so much resources being burned up. And I don't think so. Crimson Echo would dare to fight for this Lord unless they get the retribution back up. But again, they are trying to do something here, Ash. Will they find a successful gang? Oh my goodness, again, Ash. You can see they're still trying to just maneuver their way out, but at this point, both the teams, they are just waiting for their retribution to be up. You can see both the junglers are there in the vicinity, but nobody dares to actually start the Lord. They are just trying to, turn it out or just bait it out for longer, but Mono just changed his item. He just went for the Wind of Nature this time, though. Luke dealing a lot of damage, and the HP bar really, really low for him. The bravest fighter up. You can see Yuki will be spotted in the map, but still, they're just buying more time here, Ash.
The Winter Crown, the flicker play from Mono was so beautiful. The way he managed to dodge it out. And now the AOG comes up. Lukam got the hand onto Rogu. The jungler falls down, revitalizing, popping over there. Ogi Shadow Kills comes up. The engines popped up as well from the CC. Double will be secured by Lukam. It is Tokyo 1, 2, 3 getting down. Mono! Mono coming in. CC Immune goes down. Legendary double. Secured onto Suzumi. Now he's getting mad there. He's a mad bull who is just going in and taking out those kills. And now the Lord Wave will be halted down because all the resources, all the members are being taken out from both these sides. Equal damage happened to both these sides, so they need to wait a little bit longer to actually contest out this Lord. But now it is the Hayabusa Yuki right now going for the Lord Slam here. Are they gonna compete it all, or it's more like Brody and the Co will be going for this lane pressure onto the top side? I mean, before the lane pressure happening, the Lord will easily into the hand of Crimson Echoes. The Echoes are louder right now. They got the Lord into the hand, but this fight will be remarkably saved by all of us because look at that. Double from CC Lukam, then double from Mono, and then he was like, we need to go back. It is Mono who is getting mad at this time.
Absolutely. He's a jet trooper, right? He wants to just burn his jet and find anyone he can find in the vicinity. But this Lord is going to be a difficult one because this is the Evolved Lord marching down from the mid lane. Yes, the top lane inhibitor has been taken down from the side of Prince Meko, but they still have the Lord advantage. And right now, Lukum is actually hurting even the tankier members, and they need to clear this Lord as soon as they can because the waves will be crashing down from the side lanes. Nick does have the flicker, so he can actually go for the flicker, Divine Judgment, and Mono even has his flicker, but it's just about the timing who can get it better. Up in the top lane, the inhibitor will be falling, and the mid lane one will be standing still. But the problem is, now the game is absolutely at an equal stance. You can see both the teams are trying to just, find that one engage which will change the pace or the tempo. However, both of them are really playing it carefully. It's like Nick, he has to find that engage. He has to find the correct member. The concealed play will be there, Ash. And if they want to go in, it might be the play. But they're still wondering if they want to go for this or not. But Yuki gets stunned up and will be falling down. No, this is the mayday. This is a call for a retreat. And Team Crimson Echo suddenly, they will lose the lead. They will lose the advantage they have. And now the ball is in the court for Team Arena Esports. They have the green signal if they want. They can just try to make a miracle happen. All they need to do is mark the right members and they can do it really easily. Luke, I'm trying to just do for the peel. The waves are still crashing in and can get cleared out pretty easily. Yes, it will be. The revitalized pop in the right time, but the Lord is still a few seconds away, so they cannot really secure it down. But the waves have not been synced, meaning the side of Team Arena Esports cannot find any success beyond the point that they can just take some resources away or some jungle creeps away, but that's about it.
Beautiful, beautiful. The way they dodged out that Hayabusa. I mean, he was there. He could have goes back with the help of the Quad Shadow. He already used the Quad Shadow, but the stun from the Gatotkacha and then the second skill being popped up by Kimi, everything was like thrown onto him and he managed to take him out. But like the previous Lord fight, I believe Rogu should have waited for a little bit. I mean, he's literally going a little bit aggressive with the Baksha. He knows that like you have the retribution into your hand. You cannot actually bait it out easily because you are the main one who can actually steal out the Lord. So they need a proper position here. And at the same time, if you're going to talk about the console play happened before the Lord, if we're going to talk about it, then it is more like all the resources bond out. But still, when the CC comes in, they're actually having a little bit, confidence that, yeah, we can actually go for the fight. the CC can actually bind out two people with the curtain coils. At the same time, we can actually go for them. But now, okay, the position is so bad. The constant play once again comes in. AOG
Wait.
comes up. Once again, the caught up happened there. In the meantime, Brilliance comes in. It is the Lunox goes in there with the Tortoise potions being used. Vengeance popped up for the CC. They goes back. It's just the bluff though. But still a lot of resources burned down from the side of team Crimson Echo by Arunada Esports at this point. And once again, the Yo-Yo Bliss coming in. They're going for the Lord's swap here, but it's more like the Lord dance, not the swap, not the burst onto the Lord, not the securance onto the Lord. And I believe you need to go for a little bit of lane domination here. You need to give some pressure onto the lane, onto the side lanes. It will actually deflect them, deflect their mind, and will make them confused that they should go for the Lord or should clear out the lane because the Nexus is open from the top.
Yep, absolutely. Both the teams have an equal nexus open from both the sides, so this will be a problem. More like the Yuki actually being in the vicinity is going to be the problem. This time you can see he was already going for the Yogi Shadow kill, but it's not going to be enough to take anybody down. The HP bars are really low. The immortality will be lost. Bono is the target by Esmeralda, but CC Immune will be able to get back. But will be the same for Mega Akaba. But no, at this point, the main factor was taking down the Lord. And the Prism Echo will be doing that. That was enough zoning, enough pressure coming up from their end. And the esports have to just force themselves back into their base to perform another defense, another long-term game. But at this point, the sustain is just too much from the Esmeralda and even from the CC, because you can see every time he's going in, he can not only deal the damage, he can also sustain with the heal that is actually getting. But the thing is, the targetization or the targeting of the skills, they need to provide it to the right members. Suzume has been playing pretty good with the positioning. All he's doing is like, just hang along with hang along with Nick and just go for the burst. But so far, he had a very good positioning in the previous team fight, but they actually got spotted from there. The team fight actually began, and like Ash mentioned, they have burned a lot of resources. So now this Lord has a pretty good wave sync, so that could be pretty much an end to this game here, Ash. Or maybe the esports can defend it up.
Yeah, let's see. The Lord coming in there onto the top side. They can't deflect the wave because it is not like all the inhibitors take it down, but onto the backside. It is a fight happening there. Degradation being shown. The Scarf is being there. Brody, Lords goes inside the base. Brody falls down. Mega Joy Boy it is. But they're right now locking down the base. But Mono securing the kill onto Suzume. In the meantime, Roku falls down as well. It will be the Lapu goes in and will be taken down. And the base will be taken up. The crown will be popped up. Because we are going into the main event, that is the third game decider, the Heaven's Call, because the tiebreaker will be there. It is 1-1 for both these sides. Team Crimson Echoes make their echoes louder this time by giving us a victory in the second game, in the do or die set.
You know what? Even though this team existence is not there from the MPLP, just like Echo proud, Echo loud. I think Team Crimson Echo, they definitely made themselves proud with this play, right? They definitely got that win earned for sure. It was not an easy one. They actually fought it off really well. It was a very close match from both the side. It just was the Lord which was the difference maker for this one. But hey, they need to mark down Mono, and they tried so much, but at the very end, they could just do that. Apart from that, Mono had an amazing positioning, but it was just the lack of, winning lane matchup, I would say. The Brody, yes, you can deal the damage, but in the late game, the Brody falls. I did mention the Brody is very good in the early phases of the game, but in the late game, it falls. And the only damage dealer for the late game was Mono, and without him getting the proper positioning or proper, free hitting, it was lacking for sure. And Team Crimson Echo, they had a lot of scaling lineup, a lot of scaling heroes, like I would say, even the CC was doing so well, right, in terms of scaling this game. So I think overall, they did a very good draft. They were very honest with their pick of style. That was, just go for the Flicker Divine Judgment, and then Lunox goes with the Darkening Form, deals the damage. But somewhere the side of team or in the esports could really read it out, and they were able to just counter it out. But then again, the problem was the scaling that actually took place in the game, and the esports did not have the better half of it.
Fine, we are going into the next game. That is the third game
Wow.
decider.
Ash
We
is
all
tired.
want
Ash
to
is
win.
tired of me. Ash is tired of listening to me. Okay, Ash, I
No,
see. Fine, Ash.
no.
Fine, Ash. Hey, Ash, fine. But again, hey Ash, let's just think about it in a very, in a very micro perspective way. Okay, in terms of the skills, they were very on par, right? Isn't it? Do you agree or not?
Yeah, I
It was
mean,
more about the macro gameplay, right?
of course, because I believe that inhibitor which falls down into the top side, I believe they should have given out that second and the third inhibitor as well. Because at that time, it was a problem to having that second and third inhibitor. Because when the Lord came in, you can't actually deflect it out to some other place. You cannot take it out to the mid lane because they were guarding it out with the inhibitor. So I believe like sometimes having the inhibitors is also a problem for your side
Yeah.
late game because you cannot actually do the way you want it to do. And at the same time, when Hayabusa goes in, they mark out Joy Boy every time. So it's not like the Brody thing was working well. It's more like the Brody was getting cornered each and every
Yep.
fight. And Lunox was marking him up, but Mono still the end was standing tall. But 5v5, 100% team fight participation. You needed one man cannot carry out the whole game. You need the whole team to make sure that they will be participating in the team fights and carry out the whole game for your side. But it's fine. We are going into the third game. The first game won by Team Arunadai. Second being obviously the Echo Proud, Echo Loud thing is Crimson Echo who finds their way for the victory. And obviously, you're playing the land qualifier. You cannot actually say that it will be a 2-0 victory. They're going to give their last breath, last blood, last sweat, everything into this game because everybody wants to be exposed into the land. But let's talk about the MVP. It goes to none other than Nick the Tank, the roamer, who will be having a 21% damage taken, 21% damage taken, 8% damage dealt with a KD of 3,517. Remarkably good with that assist, 17 into the mark. This is what a Guardian does, and this is what Kaja, the Nick, has done with the Skaja pick. This is why we call like the off meta things sometimes work better than the meta.
Absolutely, like I mentioned, they were really honest with their game style, and it actually paved the way. Sometimes honesty is the best way to actually win this game. In the early game, the Kaja definitely kind of suffers, but despite that, he can really lock down the skill, and this is a suppression that cannot be cancelled even with a crowd control. So if you get the divine judgment on your face, you're pretty much immobile for a lot of the time. And I think Ash is really reading the screen a lot more. So hey, let's wait for him to come back. Hey Ash, you're finally back. I want to see your face. And
Welcome
hey, with this, I feel the honesty this time paved the way, and having that lock skill, having that hard CC, definitely make things a lot more easier because they could easily mark down the damage dealer. And even though there were some heroes that could peel for the team, the Garud Kacha who can use the AOG to zone out, but despite that, the burst damage was just too quickly. Even the AOG, if it was used, there was the enough animation time duration by which the Lunos can pretty much melt them down, and even the Hayabusa can easily go and pick up the crumbs that were left behind by this team. But what I feel bad is because of Mono. Despite getting a savage, he could not win this game. So that's how cruel the land qualifiers are, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and it will be. It's just a trailer. We all know the picture is still there. Third game
Yep.
decider is still there. Lan is still there. So in the trailer, it is so much exciting. This thing, what will be happening in the picture? But if you want to know when the picture is getting released, each and every info, then do follow us our Instagram social handles. And we're going into the break, if I'm not wrong.
Nope, sir. The break is yet to happen, but we need to see the MVP highlights, man. Why you are so lazy, Ash? You
No,
don't
I'm
want to
not
see the
lazy.
MVP with me, huh?
I
You
wrote
want
the
to see the
text
MVP
from the
with me?
production side. I read
You
the
see,
text from the production side. I thought like, sorry.
don't read anything, man. Don't read anything, man. You just listen to me at this point. But see, the early game, the skirmish is right. The total this time actually was really favoring the side of Team Early Esports in the early first half. But then comes, the engages. This steal was so amazing to watch from Yuki, right? He just went
Hmm.
in, pressed the flicker, and just got it for himself. And look at this team fight, Ash. So good to watch. Mono here. So amazing.
Bro, I mean, the MVP goes to the true hero, that is the roamer, obviously the heart of the game, but still it is Mono and Suzumi doing all the magic in the Land of Dawn from the very beginning. It was so good to
Yep.
watch the mid meta is coming in. There's no more EXP meta in this whole game, two games. There's more like the mid laners are surprisingly having that spike into their hand and distraction pass. This fight was too good.
in which we saw the double kill, but Nick finds his way back. But then it is Mono chasing out Nick, claiming up the kill. And then, I mean, this was the thing. And then everything got settled, everything got changed at this lot fight. I mean, this was like 50-50. If one time you're going to see that the coin is head, then another time the coin will get the tail mark. So this is the thing. I mean, it's not like the whole game was being controlled by the side of Arunadai or from the side of Crimson Echoes. They are partly doing the things from both these sides.
Absolutely, and it all was because of Nick. In the nick of time, he was there, and that's why the divine judgment was so crucial at point. And this was a savage. Nick survived this one, but at what cost? His entire team was wiped out. But then again, you see that times, at the crucial times, those divine judgments were so important and so valued resource the side of team Crimson Echo had, and because of that, they did get so much advantage. And even though it's not a very I would say trendy hero for this game currently in this meta, but still the
Okay.
divine judgment, or even for this Kaja, can be so much of a wild card, or so much of a hidden strat that teams can actually go for.
Yeah, and this was the traction pulse we're talking about. My friend is having the little bit issue onto the mic again. Believe he will resolve it, but at the same time, look at this Lord push, the mighty rush into the base. And the way that's the thing I want to show it. Mono was still fighting in, but Brody goes down. Hayabusa goes in,
Mm.
marked out the squishy ones, and then it was more like the Lord was standing in the base. So you need to just lock down the base, the crown, the nemesis, the nexus, whatever you can say it. But it is the ultimatum to grab up the victory.
Yes, sir. And any game is not enough without seeing what items the players have made, right? So we'll quickly see the items for these teams, what they have actually gone for this game. But still, um, I think the Sky Piercer onto was the Kim is really working well. But then again, the Lunox is another hero that can actually use the Sky Piercer equally well. But this game, he actually sold it off, I believe, because he was getting taken down quite often. And even without the Sky Piercer, he went for a full damage build. So because of that, it was value enough. It was, still a lot of values for his team. And
Zero
even,
two.
yeah, man, 17-0-2 for Mono, still
I
not winning the
mean,
game.
this is a win game for him. I mean, you didn't win the game. You didn't win the game, but the caster is still talking about you. This is the impact you have done in the whole game, having the KDA, having the DHS, and that if you remember that console play from Yuki. I mean, each and every
Mhm.
console play was 100% from Yuki side, but then the last one, the one which happened in the innovator side, at that time, the flicker and that winter crown, that was so sorted, man.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And at times he even switched it off with the winter, with the wind of nature. So it was
Mm.
really a lot of values that actually was getting for the team. But despite that, I would say Luke's damage really soaring high up. He had a lot of damage items on towards him, so he was dealing enough even to the tankier members like Roku and even Tokyo were not really exempted for that. And already they had a losing not a losing matter, but a disadvantageous laning phase for both the sides, for the gold as well as the exp. It was a Lapu Lapu against the Esmeralda and a Brody against the CC. In the early game the Brody can still hold it up, but the problem was Nick and Suzumi, who were really rotating so much, and they were able to give so much advantage to the team fights, right? Because every time the lock skills were there from the divine judgment, the damage was always enough. And even at points, you can see Yuki doing the magic with the Hayabusa. He was not there, just getting the kills. He was there to provide the vision. No, sorry, not the vision, but provide the pressure onto the backline, and even just make the opponents just even make the team fights actually chaotic to the point where they can push the team fight in their favor. Of course, it did not happen 100% of the time, but it happened enough for them to win this game.
Yeah. And this is what I mean. Every time we saw that thing, Roku was falling again and again in the team fights. He was a little bit vulnerable, as you mentioned. But I believe, like in place of Brody, they could have gone with a glue, as you mentioned from very beginning. Like they should go for some fighters, more fighters into their hand. It could have been better. But at the same time, if you're gonna see like who is the damage dealer, if they would have went for the fighter, another fighter, it's just the Kimi, the Mono. Nobody else.
I mean, they could have even gone for the Benedetta. Like I mentioned, the damage would have been enough on the goal lane, but still, their choice. But hey, let's give the team some time to actually think about it, right? I think it's a lot to take in for the previous two games. Even for us, we need to just wrap our heads around it. So for now, we'll just take a small break. We will be back, ladies and gentlemen, in a jiffy. So do stay tuned, and we will see you on the other side.
We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story. With our tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology, every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story. With our tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology, every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story. With our tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology, every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story. With our tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology, every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story. With our tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology, every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story. With our tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology, every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we welcome you back to the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2, the Mobile Legends 5v5 category. And this is a very interesting match that you're watching, of course. This is the cliffhanger, Ash. And we do not, none of us like cliffhangers, isn't it? So we need to see which team will actually make their way to the 7th slot for the LAN qualification. And this is still an unanswered question as both the teams are at a stalemate. The points are 1-for-1 for both Crimson Echo and Arunda Esports. So what are your bets? What do you think will happen for the third one? Do you think it's gonna be going for a clean sweep? Or not, I'm sorry, my bad, not a clean sweep. For an easy win, a dominating one, or will we see another all-out brawl in the land of town?
All out brawl. I believe all out brawl will be there because both these sides want the best and they're giving their best as well. And I might gonna see a Kimi ban this time. If it is not happening, then bro, you're not fearing Mono, and Mono can actually change the whole game. The last game was so good for Crimson Echoes. They pull out the game, they make their comeback, but 17-0 to the KDA was from Mono. So you need to keep this in your mind, guys. You don't have to mess up with Mono's Kimi. And if you're
Yep.
giving him the Kimi out there, you need to prioritize something which can actually cut up that Kimi. A Kadita, Lunox, as you mentioned before, like the Lunox play was so good. They even grab up the Lunox in the last phase. But this time, I believe like the term card is open, so they might gonna ban out the Lunox. If they're banning out the Lunox, you should ban out the Kimi as well. So let's see, guys. The draft is on. We're entering into the draft for the tiebreaker game. And this is the Fedrin band coming out from the first band. And it is Crimson Echoes who are having the first pick this time as well, as they won the toss and chose to go for the first pick. Let's see what is the challenge from Arunadai Esports this time. Are they going to ban the Lunox? Are they going to ban the Esmeralda? Are they going to pick the Esmeralda for their side? Or Gatot CC, whatever will be the plan, we're gonna obviously embrace it at this point.
If you just go by the statistic, Ash, every time the team which has the first pick won the game. Like last time, it was Crimson Echo who won the game. Before that, it was Arun the Esports having the first pick, winning this game. Third game now, Arun the Esports, they will be having the second pick. So Crimson Echo, they might have a very good chance, but this time, Team Earn the Esports, they're not taking their chances. They are banning of the CC. Really good option because last game, I would say if you're going for the utility junglers, you cannot leave the CC open because it's going to hurt in the late game. And provided it's in the goal lane, it's going to hurt even more because most of the CC in the goal lane will be building up towards the damage items a lot more than the tankier items. And it's very difficult to actually, get go against that, and even the matchup needs to be very good because if you're just going for a hero like Brody, if you're going for the marksmans against the CC, you're not having the best winning lane. You have to match the fighter with the fighter matchup for this one, but at the same time banning it off is a really good option. But again, looking at the next bans, the Selena, the Kadita will be also getting into the banning list. Alongside that, the Dragon as well as the
I
Lancelot winning
told you.
banned. But this time, Crimson Echo, you were talking about banning it off. Hey, why ban when we can just pick it off
No.
for ourselves?
Yeah.
They will not give it to Mono for the third time.
The moment they banned the Kadita, I was so sure that they're going for the Kimi this time for them,
Yeah.
and they literally grab it on. But are we gonna see a Farsa or Lunox? What could be the option for Team Arunadai at this point? Or they will go for the natural counter, not the counter, but the one-on-one pick that is the Chukshin versus Kimi. Let's see. Oh no, it's a Hayabusa this time into the hand of
Mhm.
Yuki. It's not Yuki actually. It is Rogu will having the
Yeah.
Hayabusa, and it is obviously the 1 2 3 that is Lapu Lapu into the hand of the EX player from Arunada Esports.
Yeah. I do like the Hayabusa and the prospect that it can mark the backliner pretty easily. Last game also we saw the Hayabusa was there to mark the Kimi, but like I mentioned, the frontliners are going to be very difficult to get past. Even the Baxia has a very good, frontlining capability, can stop the assassins on his track. Therefore, the Kimi was safe throughout the game. His KD was 17-0 and something. I don't remember, one or two maybe. But the thing is, if you cannot get past the front line, it's going to be very difficult to market. But at the same time, you can see there will be more heroes coming from the side of Team Crimson Echo. They're going for the Kimi as well as the Kalea combo, really strong onto the mid lane and couple it up with the Esmeralda. Still focusing on that Esmeralda is very good for them because last game it was very difficult for them to actually pick it down. Take it down, and even the damage from Mono was not nearly enough to punish the Esmeralda in every time. So I think the Esmeralda is still a very steady choice, but at this point, picking up the Neaton, I think it's just a bit too early in this draft.
No, I believe it is needed because in the second phase they might gonna ban it out because Natan is so good at this time. You need that Natan for the late game. Last time, if it would have been a Natan for that Brody, they could have won the game easily. So therefore, they went for that Natan pick here. They will be baiting out the last two picks for the mage, and we might gonna see the ban on to the Eve or to the Lunox. We're not sure about it. Joy getting banned here, but why Joy getting banned here? I mean, you got the Hayabusa, man. You have the counter for the Joy. Why are you banning out the Joy here? No need to
It's
ban
for
the
Neaton
Joy.
though. It's for Neaton most likely because you want the Neaton to have a free time playing around the map. Because once you use the entropy, you're pretty much vulnerable if you do not have the flicker. So it's very easy for the Joy to just cover the distance and punish you. So because of that, most likely,
Yeah, but I believe like for one hero, you're taking out the one who is actually a counter, not even counter for the pick you are having. Not so sure. It's another esports strategy. They are literally vesting out a ban for. On my case, I will say it is a vest out onto the ban, but still, it's gonna work or not. Not sure about it. The last two bans from the side of Team Crimson Echoes, a lot of things are open at this point, so they're gonna ban out. Okay, the Forza, Forza Eve, Lunox, and Friction. Four prioritized heroes which could be into the scene of mid lane for Team another esports. You ban out one, now rest three are open. Let's see what the next one coming out from them because Team Arunadai are so sure that they might go for that ban onto the Ishan Chin or They could ban out the Baksha as well. The Fedun is banned there, so Xborg might be an option. Who knows?
They have a couple of options, of course, but still, they are just
Too
going for the
low.
damage control. I mean, I think if they just go for more magic heroes, Crimson Echo will have a very high magic lineup, a magic dealing lineup. So they should just go for something with a bit of physical just to compensate that, the department as well. Still, like you mentioned, the mage just needs to get banned. And at this point, they are also concerned about the rumor, which has not been picked yet from the side of one of these esports. Therefore, the Hilda ban is pretty much valid. And at the same time, I would say the Hilda could also have been used to pressure the jungler that the side of Team Crimson Echo are going to pick. But what are they going to pick is still a mystery to us. They can if we just go for the counters, I think they can go for the maybe the Suyo because that can give a good peel, but it has really fallen off the meta, right? The Suyo is
Yeah.
not really a hero that you want to go for in this meta, but still, given the fact it can actually counter the Hayabusa, could be a really good option. But apart from that, what assassins can they go for? Still a mystery to me because if they want to go for something physical, they can still go for the Baxia that is still left open. The team has not banned it off and can still give a lot of advantage frontlining to the team, but still the Garrett Kacha would be the option from the side of Team Around the Esports. They want to have that frontline option. And yes, it is the Baxia for the side of Team Crimson Echo. And coupled with that, they are going for the Grandeur against the Nathan. Not really the best matchup, I would say, but still the scaling is there from their lineup.
Let's see. Having the Gatot Kacha into your side and now the Baksha Granger coming in. Like the early game, the Granger upper spike against the Natan, but into the late side, you might gonna have some problem against that Ranger. I mean, the Granger will have some problem against that Natan, of course. Now the last pick, I told you, Eve, Chukshin, Forza, or Lunox. Four picks were there. They're going with the Eve this time. No Lunox. Let's see how Mono gonna do it with the Eve. Or we're gonna see Team Crimson Echoes giving their last echoes so that they can enter and punch their ticket to the Hornbill Esports Championship 2025 Season 2.
Absolutely, and it's just a few seconds wait before we head into the game. We'll take one last spell that will purify for both the teams, one each, of course, and revitalize onto the Gurd Kacha. Nothing too crazy coming in so far, but hey, this will be the third game. Best of the season. Art Steel shifted because
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2 2025 MOBA 5v5 category. It is Team Crimson Echoes going against Team Arunada Esports. If I'm going to give you a little bit of recap, the recap is 1-4-1. The score is 1-4-1. Do or die set for both. Match point set for both. Land qualifier is just a step away right now, and you need that win to clinch upon yourself, and then it will be the glorious pathway, not for the high loss, but for your team to goes into the LAN that is obviously happening in Kohima. This is the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2, powered by ESAN, that is Esports Association of Nagaland, Youth Resources and Sports, Government of Nagaland has been produced it. Thank you so much for the efforts, as well as our co-sponsor, that is Naga Beans, a Korean cafe in Kohima, and Naga Doors, the furniture of your future, the decor you want your home. Please visit there.
absolutely, and once again we'll be back into the game here, Ash, and both the teams are pretty much prepared to take this game on. As you can see, the aggression already being there onto the top side, and Nathan is the target, will be on the receiving end, but this time it's actually Susumi who will be dealing the damage with the Kimi. I think this is a taste back of their own medicine. The side of Team Early Esports will be facing, but the knockup onto towards the title stride will be there onto the mid lane, but still no damage yet to take down the members. The tanky frontliners can still tank the damage, but so far the turtle will be up. Both the teams are prepared to take this fight up. They are waiting for the positioning. The turtle is really low here, Ash. Who's gonna get it?
Okay, the Ravish Fighter comes in. Tokyo 1-2-3 zoning out, and it will be a Kawa securing the turtle there. Boss spot being secured by Mono, and in the meantime, the continuous boss coming in there by Suzumi, but he's getting vulnerable there. Oh my goodness, the slams come in. Mono goes back with the help of the flicker, and Joby comes in. It is the join of the team fight by Mega Joy Boy, but Joy Boy will not find anything, and they need to retaliate back by just securing the turtle and the kill.
And so far, we'll see a good replay. The turtle it was started off by the side of team Crimson Echo, of course, but the steal coming up from the roamer was something the side of team Crimson Echo did not even anticipate. One unbreakable was all they need, and even though RWM was there, they got a kill shot for themselves. And with this, a good lead have been established by the side of Team Esports. A few hundred, of course, but still, a lead is a lead, and they will be trying to just farm up that. And I will say one thing, Ash, even though the early game is pretty much equalized in this regard that they have equal damage from the mid duo, but still it's gonna be just changing the tide once we go for that, little bit of difference to that damage department. When the heroes will start scaling off with their items locked, especially the Hayabusa can put more pressure. And if this Kimi cannot really snowball from the early on, it's going to create a problem because he does require the stack onto the Sky Piercer, and without the stack, he will not be able to deal so much. But the main problem is not the stack; it's about two people having built that Sky Piercer, because the Grandeur also needs the Sky Piercer, and even the Kimi does require the Sky Piercer. So it's about diverting the resources. So we need to choose one person who can actually build it up. But in terms of the laning phase, I think in the early game, at least it's going to be favoring the setup team or the esports, but at the same time, they're still going in for more. The SummerSlam will be there, and Tsunami Slam will be there, but still, you can see they're trying to survive. Loki can not survive from there. Definitely, Yuki will be there. The RWM drop down. AOG was joining the party. Nick will be falling in the hands of Pekka Akapa. And so far, side of Team Prince Echo still trying to find a bit of trade, but not really having the better half. 1-for-1 for the teams, but the junglers will be the jungler will be down from side of Team Esports. Crimson Echo, they still have their jungler, but the retribution is on cooldown. They have to wait for 2 seconds.
The total time, it is the second neutral objective into the Land of Dawn, and we saw that team fight onto the Hayabusa. He managed to escape somehow, but then another slams comes up, which take out him from the Land of Dawn. But now it didn't go for that turtle dance yet, so the Hayabusa is back into the game. He will be securing the blue buff and can come into the turtle still with the help of the quad shadow. At the same time, you're gonna see the zone coming in. The quad shadow being used right now with the tsunami slam coming in. Already here's Roku, secure the turtle, goes back, RWM popping over there. Monuk dealing a lot of damage there as well. In the meantime, Hayabusa joining the team fight, as well as the blazing scarf. So a lot of absorbing coming in. AOG popped up, entropy into the action. It will be Akaba securing the kill. Joy Boy will be the one. Yuki falls down there. 2 already into the action, and Wookie Shadow kill comes up. It will be Lukam's last wish to getting out the map by none other than Tokyo 123, giving the final blow. 3 into the hand of the Micro, 2 onto the turtle. It is a 4th trade without losing anything from the side of Aruna the Esports. A dreamy start in the do-or-die set for LAN qualifier.
Absolutely, and this was a complete turn around from what we saw in the first few minutes of the game, and so dominant performance from the side of Team Aruna the Esports. They have got themselves a good lead, and with that lead, they will be able to take down the tier 1 up top lane. And this is starting to show that they are able to control the economy quite well, and this will give them the scaling, especially for Mega Joyboy. He picked up a kill on towards that last team fight. For Luca, he actually fell down with the Oki Shadow kill being in there. So Roku, as well as Mega Joyboy, they need that scaling to be done, and if they get the scaling properly, it's going to be favoring them a lot more. And even though they have a pretty good mid duo, it's not really providing that favor for the side of Team Crimson Echo. They're trying to get the Tsunami Slam as well as the damage from the Kimi in sync, but it's really difficult for them to get the cleaning done. Because you can see, for Roku, even if he gets locked in, he can use the Shadow to get out. The Shadow kill is also available, so both the Quad Shadow as the Shadow kill can really provide that assistance. But again, it's very difficult to mark down Mono onto the backline. But again, Tsunami Slam might just get in. And talking about marking Mono, they will be doing that, and a lot of damage will be placed in as well. But the Flicker will be there to saving them down. The RW popped in, but CC Immune will take down that kill. And with this, Crimson Echo, they're happy with that trade, and they will be walking out. But the side lane inhibitor is... Sorry, not the inhibitor, but the first tier turrets have been falling down, and that will cause the problem of the map spacing or the map advantage for Crimson Echo, as they will not have the vision onto this turtle. And the side of Team Aruna Esports, they have already started it off, Ash.
Oh my goodness, CC Immune going in without any fear, but getting busted down by the entropy. Rogo got the turtle there for 3v1 going in, and it will be Lukam giving the final blow, taking out the redemption onto the Lapu Lapu. Suzumi falls down, Rogu as well. CC Immune goes in with the blazings, but it will be a little bit retaliation coming out from both these sides with a 7-4 mark. They're still going for that mid tier 1, and it is obviously Lukam right now going for those Rhapsody shots. clearing out those minion waves, and he will be able to do it. But one hit away, that mid tier one will fall down easily into the hand of Mono.
Absolutely, and with this, all the tier ones have been taken down, especially the mid one. It's going to be creating the difference because the map is completely open. The jungle has been shrunk, and even the the vision that they can actually get around the map has been shrunk. So with this, Crimson Echo has to play defensively. They cannot really go in and just check out those bushes by themselves. They need the team to be actually rotating around them. And for the Esports, they're able to maintain that lead pretty well. They are able to control the goal, meaning that they have a good advantage. But Tsunami Slam might be there, being used up on towards Mega Akaba. But again, onto the backline, it's gonna be Mega Joyboy getting the damage onto his receiving and cannot really escape. Did not have that flicker available because he's on a Purify, of course. So with this, they will be getting a kill onto the core members. 2 members down. And the Crimson Echo, they are having their echoes being screamed, heard around the map in the land of Dawn, and you can see already the lead kind of shifting, the goal kind of being equalized, and the side of Team Crimson Echo, they're getting their 4 items locked in. So this is going to cause a lot of problem here, Ash.
Look, at this point, I believe Team Ernada is having the lead because they got 2 tiers onto the side lanes and into the mid one. So 3 tiers are already taken up, expanding the area for them, for the zone, for the Lord, for the turtle, for the neutral objectives. So it might be a chance that they can actually bait out that Lord this time, or the turtle, and can actually go for the mighty push into the mid. But at the same time, Team Crimson Echo are winning the team fights lately, but they're doing some such things at this point, and it is because of none other than Suzumi, who is staying a lot and going for that backline damage. So you need to cut up the Suzumi, and who can cut it up? It will be the Bravest Fighters by Tokyo, or might be the AOG can cut him up. But it's not so easy right now. Okay, the Quad Shadow comes up. The Skirm is happening there. The Tortoise Poisons just got used as well. In the meantime, Ogi Shadow Kill comes up. It's going for the backline, but getting a lot of chunky damage there. Roku falls down before the Lord. Yuki is the one giving the final blows. Flavor of HP out of him. Pops up. Mono! Secure the kill onto Suzumi, and Tokyo will be securing the kill onto Nick. 3-man down right now from the side of Team Crimson Echo. And it will be the Lord. Let's see if they can actually contest it out or not. But I don't believe they will contest it out because the Lapu is still zoning it out. He's still being there. And he's going to make sure that they will not go for the Lord dance or for the Lord secure.
Absolutely. And I think even Roku will be back on map in time for this Lord contention. And is still, not having enough members, not having enough damage will be the problem because without Suzumi, they do not have enough damage to take down the Lord. Yes, they have Lucum, but he's still pretty behind in terms of, itemization. So I think it's not really time enough for him to just take down the Lord pretty easily. So it's a very risky position that they will find themselves into. But the Lord Dance is still not beginning. The last team fight was there. Very chaotic, of course, but neither of the team got the advantage. And at this point, they need to find a breakthrough from this stalemate. In terms of gold, again, around the Esports, they will have it back on their side. But when it comes down to the all-out brawl, I think both the teams have an equal chance. It's about who got the better positioning. That Mega Joy Boy will just pick up the Holy Crystal, and this might be the breakthrough that we're looking at in this game, in this team fight that is going to be for the Lord take. And neither of the team is going to be just giving it up really soon. It's like you either take down Mega Joy Boy or you take down Mono. Apart from that, you cannot win the team fight if you're Crimson Echo. And for another Esports, they need to take down not Izumi, but Suzumi as well as Lucum to win this team fight. So it's all going to start down with the Tsunami Slam, locking onto Tokyo, taking him down. And they're going in for more here, Ash.
Entropy comes up with the Ogi Shadow kills right now. The combo is happening. Lucum with the Death Sonata, secure a double. Can it be a triple? No, CC even goes there, but triple will be happening as well. Might not be the Maniac because Mono goes back, but now the Lord will be there into the hand of Crimson Echoes. The Echoes are getting louder as it is the Crimson Echoes who are getting into the track. They're online with helping hand from Lucum's shots. Of course, the stacks is on from the Ranger, and it will be paining in the backside of Arunadai at this point because they cannot retaliate at this point. They cannot make their comeback at this point in the team fights because those shots are so painful. It can actually take them down as easy as possible.
Yeah, I would love to see the itemization once again because the damage from Lucum was really scaling off that team fight, right? He was popping off. And I think he might have just even got some stack onto it himself. He's using the the Sky Piercer and all. So we'll soon see that, but the Lord is gonna be the problem. It's marching from the top lane, and the side of team Prince and Echo, they're trying to take down the turrets from the bot lane, so they're just trying to clear up the waves properly so they can get down as much advantage as they can. But at this point, we have already reached the 12-minute mark. The holy defense will be down, meaning the waves can actually push in, and if they want, they can take it down. But this Lord is not going to do too much of a damage. It's going to be still getting cleared up pretty easily from the side of Team Esports. They have enough damage to actually clear out the waves as well. But the problem is the engage that can come through from Nick, because he is the one making those plays happen. He's the one actually giving the way for those shutdowns to be even there in the first place. Is all that, how they can actually position themselves and how they can actually get the pick off. Because for Crimson Echo, their playstyle is again the pick off. Last game we saw with the Kaja, and this time they are doing the same thing with the Kalea. And so you can see the items here, Ash. The Grandeur is so ahead in terms of gold, even ahead compared to Mega Joy Boy, and he's just waiting for his last item to be locked in, most likely the EOD. And for Susumi, he's pretty ahead. He still has the Sky Piercer, meaning that he's just require a few more kills, but this is the thing, right? Damage output. You can see both the teams having it, but at the end, which team is actually winning it out the team fight is the main difference maker.
Yeah, and now the fleeting time into the hand of Nick will help him out a lot of, to actually spam out that Tsunami Slam each and every time. And he's actually carrying out the Hayabusa, if you were going to see that whole Tsunami Slams. So he's actually charging onto the Haya. He knows that he cannot go for the Natan. He got that Purify. Eve can actually get safe with the help of the Flicker, but Hayabusa is onto the retreat. Without the Quad Shadow, he's so vulnerable to those Tsunami Slams. So carrying out the Hyper from the team fight, the jungler, it is obviously a good thing to win the team fight. And they're actually winning the team fight for now, because Lukam, who is now having the spike, who got the stack onto him, is really doing great. But let's see, the river is here. Is the time for the Lord to come in. The third Lord of the game, and Yuki is already set to go for this Lord. So do the whole side of Harunade. But I believe team... okay, the Tsunami Slam happened. Lukam goes in with the Rhapsody. The Bravest Fighter comes in as well. The Flicker comes up there. The Skarm is happening. Another Slam spinning on. It is the Kimi with the damage with the backline on. And then Chobi comes up. There is a lot of damage being dished, but Lukam will be taking the unstoppable. Yuki falls down in the hand of Joy Boy. Going for a double with a shutdown onto the Esma. My goodness. The game of mid laner is over, Shinryu. It is the goal laner's era, which will be shining in this third game tiebreaker. And it will be Joy Boy giving the last sweet revenge onto the Crimson Echo. But it's still not ended, because it will be the Entropy coming in, and Lukam will be the one right now getting the sweetness of the revenge onto none other than Joy Boy, getting that monster kill into his hand. But let's see, we're having the Lord. It will be Rocco with the retreat, of course. And now another kill comes up. Mono finds a kill onto the Kalea, and with that a godlike secured by Lukam. There is just Mono going back with one kill, and the Lord into the hand of Rocco.
Absolutely, it all started off with the the Tsunami Slam, but then the AOG came in, and the side of him Crimson Echo, they went full in, forgetting about the fact that Mono had his RWM stored in place, and because of that they got advantage. But then again, the full-fledged fight around the Lord Fred, even without the jungler, the side of him Crimson Echo, they were not really backing off, and because of that they got some kills, but the Lords, despite that, went into the hands of Roku. And at this point the Lord will be marching. This is still a few leader for the side of Team Arun, the Esports, but at the same time they need to find a shutdown onto this Lukam. He is the main problem, and even recently both of these players are the problem. Last team fight, I think we got a shutdown onto the same Lukam. Marking him down would be very difficult, because there are only 3 people that can actually go towards him, and neither of them has been able to mark down the once again. CC Immune is the person who's getting locked in. He's not really CC Immune this time again. The RWM is used, and couple up with that, if it's still for the fight, the damage will not be enough for them. The Lord has been cleared, but despite that, Lukam will be finding a legendary under the turret, but CC Immune will be falling in the hands of Mono, and they're going for more, they're looking for more. And this time, even for Tokyo, he's low on HP, he's waiting for that. That's 2 for 1. still in the favor of the esports. And at this point, the game has been very close. Despite the goal being in the pockets of Team Crimson Echo, the side of Team the esports cannot really back up. Not really see the end to this game yet, but the Lord, once again, like I've been mentioning, will be the difference maker. The next team that gets the Lord will get the victory for sure because we are talking about an evolved Lord here, Ash.
Okay. So, well, you're going to talk about it. And Team Crimson Echo was really made the way to defend it out, the third Lord. But now the fourth Lord will be coming in soon. And before that, they need to stall a little bit longer, you can say, because it's more like Team Crimson Echo is having the fun with the Granger. So do the Arnada will is also having the fun with the Natan at this point. And the Natan is getting the late game spike right now. So it's more like you need to catch up the Natan. He does have the Purify, but still, somehow you need to go and take out him. Maybe the console play, or maybe you're gonna go for a back entry, you can say, but you need to carry out the game. But right now, the entropy comes up there. Nathan going in, full damage, full plate, but it's getting down. The hand on to the Luke comes, shutdown happen after a long time. The man with the gun will be taken down, and the Tsunami Slam comes up with the Rogue Go with the Quad Shadow will be going back in the safer zone. And without Lucum, I don't believe Team Crimson Echo will actually go for the Lord contest here because he is the damage dealer. He's the one carrying out the team right now. And without him, Crimson echoes louder. I mean, the echoes are not so louder. They're kind of little bit lower.
Absolutely, it was a very bad idea leaving Luke by himself, but the Lord Dance is still there. Neither of the team is actually contesting on this one. I mean, not really, starting it off this one. The contention will be there. The Tsunami Slam onto us. Roku will be locking him down. He cannot find an escape this time. Can he? He actually does not. Suzumi will be finding a kill, but at the same time, he will get taken down. This is Mega Joy Boy's time to shine, and he is doing it for sure. He's waiting for one more, but it's going to be Tokyo picking up that kill. But with this, 3 members are down. Rukam will be back on the map, but the jungler is no more from the side of Team the Esports. And at this point, they might just want to push with the waves, but they need to take down Lukam, who also does not have a flicker. So if they want, they can mark him down. But is it going to be a very, aggressive route for them? Because I feel they've won, they can actually go for a disengage, but no, the Tsunami Slam will be knocking on towards Tokyo. Is still waiting with the bravest fighter, can get out. But with this, the mid lane inhibitor might be in a problematic situation. He gets taken down. Here comes Entropy being used full up, and the damage will be a lot more. And he cannot get out from there. And with this, out in the Esports will be sweeping the floor and winning this game with a score of 2-1.
What a game, man. Didn't go for the Lord. Straight away went for the mighty push, and then you do have the Natan into your hand. You know that the pushing will be so easier with the Natan in the late game. So they straight away went for it, and it is Mega Joy Boy this time carrying out the whole side. I told you, like 2 games, it was a mid laner's game, but Lukem and Joy Boy got the shine in the last game. Lukem tried his best till the end, just like Mono in the second, but it is obviously written in the destiny, written in the God script that it will be Team Arunada Esports who will be punching their tickets 5-on-5 to the Kohima for the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2. Congratulations, Team Arunada Esports, for making the heights, for standing out it, and getting the name as the 7th LAN qualifier team from Hornbill Esports Championship. The second game will be soon there, the last one of the night, the last one of the online phase, and we'll have the last name for the LAN qualifier. But before that, we'll have the moments of this match. That is obviously the MVP, the items, the highlights of the MVP. And it's obviously, I believe the MVP goes to none other than Joy Boy. But there might be a chance that we're going to see. It might be, I mean, the ESMA, or not the ESMA, but it might be the
Mono,
Lapu
right?
Lapu. I'm not sure about it.
Hey, we want to count out Mono from that, man. You do not think Mono did enough for this game too, even though he did
No.
not get the Likimi? Wow. Ash directly said no. Wow. You are a Mono hater. I'm gonna be remembering that.
No,
Okay,
I'm not
man.
a mono
Okay,
editor. It's like
okay.
this
No, no, no,
time
no. You
mono
said
was
that. You
kind
said
of
that. You said that. I have it on record live, man. You cannot back it out, man. You cannot back down. But again, what a performance coming out from the side of Team Aruna the Esports. They definitely played for the win. And after a long struggle, because we have been talking about both these teams are on an equal par, it's like they are just battling it out for the win, but still, somewhere or the other, they are not getting there very easily. They are losing members, they are losing the fights, but despite that, they have the spirits in themselves. And after a long struggle, after a long fight, and after long of stalemates, we saw the balance breaking out with the previous team fight where three members got taken down, and then it was all the side of Team Iron, the Esports, forcing their way into the base and clearing the game out. Lucum got taken down, and at this point, we were talking about the MVP. And Ash, you're actually correct. It's not going to be Mono, but it's actually Tokyo getting that MVP with the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, look at the. We can see the team fight participation: 79%, 38% damage taken, 20% damage dealt, 3-3-2L with a KDA, and he was omnipresent everywhere you go. You will find this man. The first turtle was because of him. He closed it out. He went in with a flicker ult. So obviously, this man deserved it. Even though Mega Joy Boy was the one carrying out the damage, and Mono was the one giving out the damage as well. Rogu there with the high Hayabusa, but still, Tokyo 123 was really immensely good in the team fight participation, giving out the opening, channeling out those team fights, and giving out the zones as well in the particular moment of the neutral objective stealing or neutral objective dance or neutral objective contest. So obviously, all these factors, if you're gonna make it calculate through, so obviously this MVP goes to this guy, and so good, so happy for him as well. So and with this, I believe it could have been a little bit better for Crimson Echoes, even though they were with the Esmeralda, the counter of Lapu Lapu, but still they got a little bit gap during the team fights, and this happens just
Oh,
because of Mega Joy Boy, and I believe as well as because of Mono, because Mono was kind of little bit flinchy, little bit sneaky, you can say slimy, you can say, because he was not touchable by the Kalea Ultimate. Yeah.
absolutely. I think I think they were playing in such a way that we need to analyze through the replays only because
Let me.
it's
I'm
difficult
just
to put
walking.
in.
Let me tell this. I'm just walking. Hello, guys. Hello, turtle. Hello, it goes in there. This is the thing. I mean, he was just walking around, and suddenly he just goes inside the turtle. He was not even anticipating him to be there, and they won the fight. Then again, this one. Look at this turtle as well. Every time you see this guy, he's walking normally, and suddenly he will just, yo, I'm here, guys. I'm here. Calm down. Calm down.
Yeah, man. I mean, I just feel, like the Lapu Lapu, even despite playing against the counter, had enabled so many of those team fight, had enabled so much of the opportunities towards in team with the zoning and with the pressure that he had built up. He did not care if he was getting taken down, but he was there to zone 2 to 3 members, even in this team fight. You can see three of the members were zoned out and they were not even near the turtle, giving the team complete advantage and the positioning to take down the turtle. And it's not only that, it's like he even gave those sustain as well as this crowd control with the bravest fighter, the first phase, of course, with the land shaker, that the AOG as well as the RWM could be easily used up on that path. And as well, they can really just chain CC the opponents in general. So in a grand scale of thing, I think the Lapu Lapu definitely deserved that, and a lot of the times he was the prime target for the side of Team Crimson Echo to use the Tsunami Slam. And I would say at least 7 out of the 10 times he actually survived that, and he actually turned it around.
Yeah, that's the reason he was. I mean, bursting out those skills from Team Crimson Echoes, and it was not vulnerable to the mid laner or to the goal laner. So he was standing like a wall, and this was the fight we're talking about, the full AOE fight in which Lapu Lapu gave his all heart, and Mega Joy Boy was the one to finish it up with a double. And this was the Lord fight we're talking about, the last one, in which we saw that it was a monster onto Joy Boy, but still this guy standing out there, channeling out the gangs, channeling out the zone as well. And every time you see this guy going for the bravest fighter, he goes on to none other than Lucum, because you know that Lucum is the main damage dealer. You need to carry out Lucum fast, and he was getting vulnerable to Lucum as well in those team fights. It's more like, it's not like you're gonna have the kills to get the MVP. It's the team fight participation, is the ganks you're giving, you the zone you're giving. You got the MVP for that, for the ace play you just did in the third game decider, or you're gonna say the tiebreaker.
Absolutely, and think Lucum was the threat for the side of team or the esports, but at the end, they had enough damage and enough, advantage to just end the game. You can see in this fight, Lucum did not have the flicker, so with the white blast, the final kill was secured, and Team earned the Esports definitely having the day for this matchup and for this game. So they will be the victor. They will be the champions. I'm sorry, not the champions, but the team winning out for the this round for the seventh slot into the LAN. And congratulations to them and congratulate. I mean, it's a, let's just say it's a earned victory. It was not like a very one-sided game. It was like a very earned victory, and they definitely deserve it, right, Ash?
Yeah, obviously, they definitely deserve it, and this is the thala for a reason. We can say seven, seven slot, and they got their hand into
Crazy.
it. Now,
Oh my god.
let's talk
Thala
about
for a
the blue
reason,
sky.
right?
Yeah,
But yeah, if you even if you take a look at the items, we are not seeing anything too crazy, right? It's like the normal itemization. And I would say for this game, Lucum was the problem, but still, like somewhere or the other, he was not getting the zone to actually deal the damage. Like you mentioned, Tokyo was the one zoning him it out, and they actually pulled off a really good win. It was just they needed the damage from Joy Boy, and he was doing it in the late game when it was mattering
see,
the most.
that
But
is the
apart from that,
mistake. That is the mistake, Shindu. You're gonna see that two Sky Piercer, one onto Granger, one onto Kimmy. Kimmy's Sky Piercer is literally vested here. 2-4-12 the KDA. She doesn't
I,
got the
I,
kill.
Ash, I did mention about it. Like one person needs to go for the Sky Piercer in this game.
Yeah,
The Grandeur requires it much more than the Kimi. The Kimi can deal
yeah.
damage regardless. So
No, it's
I
not
think
like someone requiring it. I believe like who is having the spike should have this. And
yeah,
you're,
true,
you're
true.
going for two Sky Pierces, and one is literally wasting a slot. Kimmy is literally wasting a slot there. Could have been
True,
something
true.
else.
I completely agree with you on that one. But like I mentioned, the building to Sky Piercer is a bit too greedy in tournaments.
Mm.
At least if you want to have a stable team or stable
The
damage dealer,
Mono will have a smile in his mind right now, bro. Without a Sky
crazy.
Piercer 1102, with a Sky Piercer 1702. So I'm the one. I'm the king in the Kimmy.
And the team actually enabled that, right? They actually went for heroes that necessarily do not need the Sky Piercer. But this time, I do agree with you. Having one Sky Piercer would have been enough for this lineup of Crimson Echo. But it is what it is, Ash, and they are just on the losing end. But they definitely played well. They definitely played a lot good. It's
Now let's see
just
the
they need
damage build.
to, yeah, we'll see all of that. Ash, chill, man, chillax, man. We need to just give a bit of glazing to the side of Team Crimson Echo as well. They definitely performed well, but hey, the stat speaks for itself, right, Ash?
They see, I will say like they are the master player because they pull it out to the third game. After seeing the first game, I was like, no, bro, there will no second game. I mean, not third game because it is totally another esports. But then in the second game, that was the game we're gonna talk about. It is the Lunox. It is everybody throwing out the whole game, and it is obviously Yuki with the Hayabusa. Then Rogu went for the Hayabusa, pull out the game in the third game. So it's more like, I mean, I believe the game got changed when Nathan got the spike and Lucum goes down there in the Lord fight. I mean, Lucum should have been there. He was not. He was totally alone on the top side. Nobody was there to follow him up, and four members just went on to him, take him down, and there is the damage dealt here, Shinju.
Yep. And it's also gonna be on towards Joy Boy. Like he was the main damage dealer from their lineup, and for the setup team, Crimson Echo is gonna be Lucum. So the gold laner were doing their work. Even the mid laners were doing their work. And I would say it's just more about how well they were able to just synchronize with the team, how well they were able to layer this crowd control as well as the damage output. So in a way, I think it was a well played game from the side of Team Earn the Esports. They played for the winning condition and they earned it, and they won it for completely fair and square. No doubt about it. And they will be the seventh team once again. Like I would want to mention, congratulations to them on to making to the HORNBILL Esports Championship Season 2 as the team that will be fighting it out there. And we have one more match, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Bring back your, go and fill your popcorns, bring back some drinks, and be prepared for the next match. We will be starting in a very short time, and it's just, more bangers. And I feel, Ash, this one was a 3-1, a 2-1. The last day, all the games were 2-1. Are we hoping for another 2-1 so that we
I,
can just,
I'm hoping for a
let,
two
let,
one.
Yeah, we are hoping for a 2-1, right? We love our production. They're doing an absolute phenomenal job. Let's see how much we can push them for sure, right? So
Finger crossed.
hopefully, finger crossed, man. 2-1 once again. Let's go for it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do stay tuned. We will be back really soon.
Bye bye. Peace out.
Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and respect. Nagaland Doors. Precision, permanent perfection. Visit our website and Instagram to see how precision meets emotion in every engraved stone. Nagaland Doors. We turn stone into story with our Tombstone CNC and laser engraving technology. Every name, every detail, and every design is crafted with unmatched precision. Our advanced systems bring artistry and technology together, ensuring flawless depth, clarity, and finish on every granite surface. From fine lettering to lifelike portrait, each engraving reflects lasting beauty and
Hi guys, we are back again for the Hornbill Esports Championship here. We are finally up to the end of the online phases here right now. As you can see, we are at the very, very last moment where we will be seeing who will be the last person, who will be the last squad to finally qualify for the LAN event in the Hornbill Festival. So we will see how these two are going to be faring against each other because we have two teams for today. The last one who will be finally earning the final spot for the LAN. It is Peak versus MAT, and they will be playing in the best of three series to decide who will be coming to the LAN event. So I'm pretty excited to say the least. So Jeff, what do we have?
I mean, if you're talking about it, we got Team Peak, who are at their peak, is the finest gameplay being produced by them. And on the opposite, facing them, is going to be Team Matt, who are climbing their ranks in the leaderboard as well. Not the leaderboards, but this tournament as well. But yes, if you're talking about it, Debbie, I kind of don't feel the energy at the moment. I guess we need some coffees.
Oh,
And where can we get the finest coffees? It's definitely
no.
going to be the Naga Beans in a Korean cafe in Kohima. And yes, as well as if you guys want to decorate your doors, Nagaland Doors is definitely the place where you guys want to go in for because it's a Nagaland based branding specialized in custom made doors as well as a lot of interior solutions and architectural productions. And thanks a lot for the organization, the ISAN, which definitely stands for Esports Association of Nagaland, for helping us organize this tournament at the same time, Department of Youth Resources and Sports, as well as Government of Nagaland. So yes, this tournament is being, what do we call it, specialized because of them. This tournament is being organized because of them, and a huge shout out to them. But at the same time, if you're talking about this team at the moment, Team Peak, at the same time, Team Matt, we see a lot of gameplays coming out from them, because Team Peak recently, Skyzen, he has started, not recently, but for a long time, he has started playing those fighters in the goal lane of himself as well. And Team Matt,
Yep.
they are quite new to me at the same time, but as long as they have came this far, they will definitely pack a punch of themselves, right, Zebo? All right, Debbie?
Oh my goodness. Okay. Joey is not here, but I'm definitely gonna be there.
Expectation.
But Jeff,
My
okay.
bad, my
I'm
bad.
pretty excited, right? We are, like you said, we are new to MAT, but definitely not
Mhm,
new to Peak. They have the young goal laner onto the side who has been
mhm.
rising to the big popularity because he have always been a big impact for the team too. And we cannot forget all of the changes into the lineups that they have from over changing their jungles time and time again, but still they are at the very, very prime best here. So this might eventually be one of their, last moment to qualify for the land even. But MAT though, they have been able to reach here for a long while now, which means that they are no different. They might eventually be the changer of stuff. We might see an upset. We might eventually see a new underdog rise for the land like the other teams did.
Exactly. I mean, new underdogs rising, just the top ones falling down. I mean, this is the agenda, of this new gen in terms of tournaments. But yes, in terms of tournament series, Bakshay is one of the most hated hero, and he's either picked off or banned off. But usually we see him in the ban list because of his anti-heal, the amount of life gain he packs up, and the only hero who can actually stack up the anti-heal effect from the Dominance Ice. He's a demonic hero. But yes, with that is going to be Kalia, who will be picked off, the pick of queen as well as the healer. What do you want to say about it though, Debbie? Because Kalia recently, I mean, her popularity has been rising up a lot.
Mhm. I mean, C is a hero that you really want to ban when you are onto the blue side because you cannot really prioritize onto the Kalia as the first pick. You rather want it to be onto the red side as a first pick, so that the counterability for her might be lessening down just a little bit. But you might want to remove it as early as possible because even though this is kind of a tanky meta that we are actually seeing, it's rare to see that teams play out the pick off, but like you said, the Kalea is still with the heal and the pickup is one of the most important hero that you have to remove if you want a good flowing game.
Exactly. These are like really unique features that Kalia packs up with the punch. But yes, speaking about it though, as we're continuing on towards the draft, we can actually see Lunox, a really annoying hero. But I think Peak had the first pick, so they could have prioritized the Lunox. But a Grok, Yuzong as well being in the ban list, as well as a really iconic mid laner, which is going to be Kimi. But With that, we'll be seeing Peak actually giving Skyzen that Granger, which he will be having the most fun time against. And in this meta, if you'll be asking me if your opponent has picked off a marksman, you can go ahead
Mhm.
and pick off a marksman on your own team because a marksman against a fighter usually does not work out on towards the late game, especially knowing that there is a Kimi on the ban list and she is the main, what do we call it, trump card when it comes to picking those four tanky lineups if you want to go for it, of course.
Definitely. And I feel like, Peak are so much ready to go for the grandeur, because we all know that it's one of the comfort hero for Skyzen as well. But I feel
Exactly.
like it's too early because there's
Mm,
always a way for the assassins to come through. There we go. From Matt, it's gonna be coming through right directly. And the Granger kind of struggle against the Lancelot as well. So we might eventually see a hot turn to the hands on into the gold lane side too. But nevertheless, it can be a really, really good scaling hero onto their hands, because being a first pick already says a lot. But now that the Yuzong is also already banned away, it might eventually be in favor of pick instead. But we'll never know now, because the safer choice is what Meti wanted to go for, Gatot into the roam. So what should Pete do here? Do they wanna still play the Yishun, because two Yishun encounters has already been there?
exactly. A Lancelot and a Gatotkacha already picked off there. A Yushin Shin definitely not going to be a what do you call it, a comfort hero, but I was about to mention it. Come on, Peak. At least give me time to speak, man. Why do you guys have to instantly lock onto that? CC? And speaking about CC, though, there is going to be a really annoying hero at the same time with the Ring of Punishment as well as the Glorious Path, which will be having the slow effect as well as reducing your basic attack, what do you call attack speed at the same time, which of course we know with the Gato Kacha just what do you call it, hovering in the air when he tries to stay in the Ring of Punishment for a bit so long. A lot of TikToks, of course, you guys have seen it. But
Oh, of
anyways,
course.
if we are talking about it though, it's going to be the last pick from the side of Team Match here. And Team Peak, they actually have a really strong lineup. They have a winning lane hero at the same time. They have a hero who can actually make sure that what do you call it, Gatotkacha's AOG does not ring up all the times. But yes, it is going to be the Zushin. Wait, why do I hear Ray
Mm.
smiling? Not Ray laughing at the same time. Come on. But yes,
I
Zushin.
mean,
Yeah, what do you want to say about it, Debbie? I mean, the picks are really strong right now.
absolutely. The thing about the highlights is that I like the highlights in these current packs because of the new Guardian helmet and the chest like pauldron
Mhm.
too, because it's gonna be so much in favor for a Hylos because of the passive that he have with the Ring of Punishment too. But now that the Jushin is preparing for MAT, I think they might eventually have a good time to try to answer to this play, that to this pick coming through from Peak already. But still, there's still time, because now that they have the CC, which is a winning lane in paper, even though they can try to go for the Lapu Lapu or the Uranus or even the Hilda, it can eventually be a winning lane for XP already. So they cannot really go for a worrisome gold lane. But still, right now, MAT, they can ban away another hero that can that can be good against the Jushin. The first side is a good one too. But what will Pete go for here though? Lapu ban still. Huh.
Mm.
They want.
I mean, banning out the Lapu Lapu. Yep, they'd be definitely a good pick because they have picked off CC. But I think it would have been a much better option if they would have banned off the Esmeralda, knowing that she is going to be a really annoying hero in terms of the late game scenario when she get those items, as well as those defensive stacks when she get those CD reductions. So yeah, she can just spam up her shield, get a lot of defenses, and when it comes towards those damage scalings in the late game, she does a lot of damage, and CC will not be able to melt down her defenses really easily, and that's the trade which Esmeralda gets in the late game. So I think banning of Esmeralda and leaving only a Lapu Lapu or what they got a Lapu Lapu on towards the pick would have been a much better option. But the side of Team Matt
Mhm.
on the last phase of the bans, they actually prioritized the mages, and this time I think Peak they did a really what do you call it miscalculation on there because Esmeralda and a Arlot ban would have been a much better option than a Lapu Lapu currently.
Absolutely true. And the fact that MIT all the one actually banning away the Eve also, when they could have handled the Eve because of the
Mhm.
landslide, and they already pick out the assassin to the jungle, right? You kind of ban away the Eve most of the time when you don't have when you want to go for the utility into the jungle. So I don't
Mhm.
really understand, but still, I feel like they just want to deny the combination that can come through with the Granger and the Eve, which is a very underrated combo as well because of the range that both of the heroes have. And now that they have an initiator and a distractor onto the side, they're strong. The lineup is already very strong. Peak banning away the Natan, so that's two. I feel like there's only two goal laner which is valid in this meta, and it has to be the Natan and the Granger. And even the Harry is
Mhm.
very situational. So well, Matt can go for the Harriet because they might be lacking into the magic damage already because they only have the Jushin, which is kind of a utility into the mid lane if we talk about it. But yeah, they can still go for the fighter into the gold lane, but it's so limited.
Exactly. I mean, the fighters. Who are you supposed to pick here in the gold lane? There is only a Lapu, not a Lapu Lapu, but the Arlot and the Esmeralda left open. And I guess it can work out, but they're lacking in terms of damage because, as well as Alice, when she gets those the backline, she's more of a setter, combining it with the AOG rather than going on towards the damage side here. So that leaves out a question for the side of Team Man on what they're about to pick here because Harriet definitely
Oh
works out, but at
wow!
the same time, oh, Angela mid though. After a long time, Angela mid, but combining it with the Joy, they actually cleared out that magical damage that they were lacking at the same time. So yes, that is going to be a really strong pick coming in from the side of Team Peak here because they have two defenses at the same time. A hard guard will be giving them the heal as well as the shield. And I guess if they want to go for the Esmeralda gold lane works out, but it is going to be the Ruby instead. Look at that, Debbie.
Yep, they don't want a gold lane marksman yet again, so the Ruby has to be one of the best option here. I feel like Peak could handle the Ruby, so they wanted them to go for the Ruby instead. So that can also be a good one. But like you already mentioned, the Joy and the Angela combination is something that we can really get used to because yeah, they made up the lack of magic damages with the Joy into the presence now. But then again, onto the other side, I'm quite worried that without the amount of scaling heroes onto the side of MAT, they might eventually struggle, but they have the equal amount of magic and physical damage that they require.
Exactly. The side of Team Peak, they have completed the drop really immensely. At the same time, the side of Team Matt, they are quite lacking in terms of damage. But let's hope that the Ruby and the Lancelot will be able to manage it up. And somehow, it's going to be Zushin who will have to just make sure that the magical damage does not lack on that side. But yes, with this, guys, we will be in the land of Dawn. You guys are watching the Hornbill Esports Championship, the last day for the qualifiers of the LAN. And these are the last teams that will have to qualify for the LAN. And with this, on towards the blue team, we have none other than Team Peak, and on the red team, we have Team MKG. And yes, these teams will have to play out the really heavy-hearted gameplay because we can already see Joy having a much better option in terms of the jungling section, knowing that their jungler will always help. But oh, off screen
Wow.
already, Ricky will be taken down by Alice, and it's going to be the jungling side that is going to be Godkais who will have to use up the retreat for the lethal. But yes, right off the bat, they will be having off a really early section of the first blood that they will be having off M8C. A really head-on start, but let's see how they manage it up.
Absolutely. This was a very dreamy start that you want to go for when you are against the CC because you rarely lose onto the CC. And if you lose
Exactly.
onto that CC, you kind of struggle down just a little bit. So this time around, Pick might eventually try to give a little help for Ricky, who has been asking for translation for my casting. But anyway, Tyler Durden onto the wrong side here. This dude, I think he might eventually be able to do something with the gacha here because I really, really like the pick that's coming through for him already. But the fact that a peak have Lemonia onto the high lows, right? That might eventually be
Mhm.
turning the tide around because most of the time if you see a Gatot, he's more likely to be depending onto the passive that he have so that he'll be able to heal up and have the sustain. But the ring of punishment is going to be slowing down bottom lane.
Oh, we can already see that it's going to be Ruins that
Wow.
will be making sure that Godkais will be locked without that rhythm, and with that, he will be taken down. The second kill onto the hands of Team MAT. Lemonaire picked off from the ground, but they will be making sure that the side of Team Peak does not drop more bodies. But with this, it's going to be the turtle as well as a 2-kill lead onto their hand. Wait, Lancelot? Oh, he
Wow.
did use up the victory, but that was late.
I thought that he's going to be
Okay,
saving up the Red Tree and go for a invade maybe. But whatever he does.
possible.
But with this, we can still see a lot of vision being provided by Gatot Kacha, but the engage will finally end. The fight will finally end from the side of Team M8C, securing the turtle as well as 2 kills.
Definitely, this is gonna be the good start already with the kill onto the XP side and a security onto the jungle too. The early game is definitely into the hands of MAT. 1k gold lead is what they want, and Kai is onto the Joy right now. This is one of his most comfortable heroes, so I'm really thinking that he might be able to perform well too because the early minutes are not to be judged upon. But the fact that already to 1k gold lead that Matt already have with the presence of a Lansdowne and a Zeus all together, there might eventually be the turning point, but it's still gonna be taking a bit of time. Peak, they have a scaling here onto the side, which is the Granger, by the way, and of course Joy as well, because mid lane as well is going to be starting to shine, but it's going to be taking a time. So this time around, the way they are going to be not securing, they are controlling the map has to be a little bit slower than they wanted to. They can be less aggressive and try to go for the scaling and wait for Skyzen to come online.
Exactly, but before that, God Kais comes in with the rhythm, but sadly the electrifying beats will not be there because it's going to be the ult coming in from towards Kuro, who will be making sure that it is going to be the distance that will be saving them. But yes, like we are talking about it, right, Devi? Because of Kuro, the Zushin, they will have a really intense river control, especially combining it with Pavo as well as Tyler, who are on towards that really intense combo. Whenever there is a team fight, maybe they will stall out with the Ruby Linnek, who will be stalling out a lot of skills, and later on it's going to be the ruins and the orb combo coming in from that power and combining it with the AOG. That's going to be a chain stun that will be a really lethal combo from the side of Team Matt. But before that, the turtle will be here, and there comes a pick off from towards Ricky, but the curtain calls will already be there. The Luminaire comes in for towards the support, but sadly not for now, as the turtle will be here. It's going to be Harem who will be starting it off already. The turtle might be melted down really early on. Luminaire giving out the vision. It's going to be Godkite comes in. It's going to be that glorious power, but not for long though, because we can see the Lancelot, but the ruins will be there. Harem securing it. AOG as well as the ruins combo, like I was talking. Linak will be making sure that Godkite being taken down. Luminaire in a bad situation. He will be picked off from the ground down his grave, and with that, CC as well follows down that dead part. And oh, she still survives for a little longer.
Wow.
Spellbound was there, but Pavo making sure that the opposite laner will be taken down, and with that, 5-0 trade coming in from the side of Team Matt once again, and looking into the instant replay, like I was saying, the real leg as well as the AOG combo was way too lethal, Debbie.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the setup's amazing. Amazing. Well done macro by MAT there, because onto the bottom lane, they were actually focusing on trying to, nerve down, to trying to lessen down the amount of HPs that Ricky have. Top lane though.
Ooh, we can already see a fight coming in between Linek and Tyler in a bad position, almost being taken down because he was in between that bush. But with this, it's going to be no trade, but the top lane almost taken down.
Yep, that was, back to the point though, the fact that MAT, they know that they should be trying to lessen down the amount of HPs coming through from Ricky, so that it will be a little bit harder for them to try to control onto this turtle. It was actually well done, and from there on, they were trying to go for the fight. And even if you don't have, even if the CC have the ult, if you compare it to the presence of an Elias stun,
oh, we can already see the fight coming in with the relic comes in from Power, making sure the Lemonade will be immobilized, but it's going to be Kuro who will have to force up that positioning and make sure that she survives for now. And with that, we can see Harem coming in with a puncture, might go in for Kaizen, but he survives because of the second skill. But will it be enough for Lemonade though, because the Claudius part is still there? Will they go for engage? Not for now, because it was just used up as a bluff for the slowness. And with that, Godkais might go for the macro, but the turtle will be here. It's already Ruby who is coming on towards the top lane, will be defended, but the turtle will be here.
Yep, the turtle is what they're going to be starting here yet again. But Matt, they have the security, they have the control over the map. But now I think Peak are so put too much into the backside that they cannot really go for a vision, right? But Ricky right now able to go in here and there without getting harmed. But Godkai is onto the top lane trying to put a little bit of pressure onto the macro side so that he'll be able to reach on time. There might be an engage though. Lemonnier trying to give out a vision. They might still be starting there.
Oh yes, they did, and with that the relic, but the AOG will be missing out for now. Harem still goes in for the CC, will be taken down because of the phantom execution. The execution was way too brutal as well as public, but before that it's going to be Kai
Wow.
who will be
Oh.
picked off on the ground. Joy though always going for the back line, but being caught off with a taunt. Here comes none other than the Alice onto the back line, making sure Savage Warrior does not use up any of the skills. Lemonera picked off from the ground. Harem will be securing the kill, and with that the mid lane secure. The macro will be there as well as the 8 kill lead on towards their hand, and with that they will be making sure that the 4.5k goal lead will be there. Skyzen though in a bad position will be there, but it's going to be the hard guard, but still will be picked off from the ground. Not enough because it's going to be the nerfed heal coming in from Savage Warrior. Will be sandwiched though. The minions still marching down, might be taken down as well, but Linux will be there. Kuro forcing up that flicker, but it was worth it because it's going to be Savage Warrior that will be taken down by Power, and with that the bot lane is well being taken down by the damage. But the fight does not want to stop off as of now because Riki is there to be defending, but finally as of now it is going to be the ending of the team fight with 2 more kills added up for the side of Team M8C as well as 6k goal lead.
I would like to if they did not go for the contest under the turtle, man, because they don't have the goal lead, they don't have the XP lead. Even if they want to equalize onto the academic, they have to go for the long lanes. They cannot go for this full-on Broly brute fights because MAT they have a lot of good setups. The Elise is there, the Garthot is there, and there's also almost always a cleanup coming through from Harem to Lilac onto the Ruby too, just being that disengager most of the time, and there's no way for God Kais to even go in at one point. But yeah, they have to. There's always good in trying to give away the turtle and going for the objective fights. If they for peak now, there's no way they will be able to go in for those objective fights altogether. All they have to do is try to play onto the long lanes, put Kais and make him play for the turrets, get him all of those farms that he's been needing, and don't contest for the objective at this point anymore because, like you said, 6k goal lead they have already accumulated by Matt, and that's already a very, very strong goal that they have. In the current patch and the current meta, we already talk about how the goal lead might be the end of the game already, but in this case scenario for peak they have Skies under the Granger. He can steal much better, but he's just one that down at 10 is the XP, and even though he's got a lot of build that is left to be items that is left to be built on his kit, he can still go for those stacks so that they'll be able to get the damage done.
That's true, because whenever there is a team fight, it's always going to be Skyson that will probably get marked down because his positioning, even though he is always on towards the backline, he gets marked down. But before that, though, it's going to be Harem comes in, almost takes down, has Savage Warrior on towards that Havish command. But before that, it's going to be the AOG that will still be coming in. God guys might be in trouble. Relic still comes in, marking down 3 people, immobilizing them, and with that, it's going to be Kuro who comes in with Lantern Flare, will be catching none other than the Lemonade as well as the Revitalize being popped up from him, but not enough healing for him, and with that, God Kai still trying to go in, marking down the backline. Kuro almost taken down by that Sonata. Electrifying Beast comes in. Lilac will be taken down by Ricky's true damage, and the Yo Power in a bad position, not enough healing for him, and he might be taken down as of now, but he still survives, and with that, it's going to be the 2 kill finally climbing on the hands of Team Peak here. But there was a reckless engage coming in from the side of Team M8C. Rather than going for the macro, they decided to go in for a full-out brawl there.
That's absolutely true, because when you have this much of a goalie into your hands and there's a possibility of you taking at least 2 inhibitors or even the outer turrets, you kind of have to be very mindful of how the engages goes on. Of course, for Tyler, it's bound to happen. You can give a life for the inhibitor, but they can get away without getting or giving a kill onto Skies, and that's the best possible member for Peak to give a kill onto as well. And they have got Kais that was, he was able to grab another kill there. So they were giving those 2 kills onto the hands of Peak, who are the main DPS there, and that can cost them quite a lot because in theory, when you are actually ahead onto those goals, you do not even want to trade even one of your life for the gold laner for the opposing side, and that can be a way for them to have those kind of comebacks here. Focusing onto the build here, I think Skyzen is ready to rumble because he got the Hunter Strike, he got the stack onto the Scarpiecer as well as the Malefic Roar. Those are the most important item here because there's a lot of tanky members for the side of MLT. Meanwhile, for the other, it's just definitely going to be the best case scenario here. The most important one one has to be got Kais and Kais. He kind of need to go for the Divine Glaive here so that he'll be able to go into the backline without getting killed upon. So still, there's chance. There's a breathing room for Peak.
Exactly. They have a breathing room as of now because of the what do you call it? This thing, and because of a reckless engage that was made by the side of Team MAC, but regardless of that, though, because
Yeah.
it's going to be the Lord that will be spawning on, but the side of Team B, they're on the absolute other side of the map rather than going for the objective, because this is what you want to do whenever you're behind the goal lead. You do not want to contest, but for that, though, Ricky, they are actually zoning out Tyler for now. He was there providing the vision, but with that, it's going to be Power who will be coming in for the rescue, and with that, the Lord will be secured, but it's going to be God Kais who will actually make
Okay.
sure that he will be going for the macro, which he should be
Mhm.
going on for, because whenever you have a joy, right? Because I'm a joy
Yep.
main myself, but yes, like we are
Yeah.
talking. Joy, whenever you have a joy and you're losing on towards the terms, in terms of the fight, you can usually just go in for the macro, just go for the turrets rather than going for the team fights. And when you get those items,
Oh.
just hope for a lot of damage being ditched out from you. So yes, that's exactly what they need to do. And but with that, it's going to be God guys will actually go in for Harem. Might be taken down though, but here comes the Phantom. It's going to be the Thornos that will be sitting
Oh.
beside, but still with that, it's going to be the Phantom institution that will still
Ah.
come. God guys though, I am offended comes in 4v1 scenario as well as Angela. The hard card is there, but it's not going to be enough because the Sky Piercer from Kuro will make sure that the death will be succumbed on towards that Joy. And with that, Angela, Savage Warrior, will be taken down as well. But the Lord is already at the premises of the Nexus. But with that, the mid lane second tier will be at a danger of being disrupted. No, it will still be destruction. But with that, it is going to be the side of Team Peak who made a really reckless engage because of the God Guys. But Ricky, I am offended, comes in, might be taken down as of now. But the Relic onto the backline, Skyzen already marked down, might be taken down. But the flicker will be there from him. He still survives because he went in the fountain. But will it be enough though? Because the inhibitors are dropping down. They are not able to take it. They are not able to take up that amount of damage as of now. With that, Harem already comes in. AOG misses out for now, but Lemonade already dropped really low. Godkais wants to go in for Mo. Might be coming in with the electrifying beast. A perfect sync. Kuro will be taken down by Savage Warrior. The shutdown finally comes in as he goes in for Mo.
Wow.
Linek will be taken down, but Harem onto the backline. Make sure that the Sky Piercer stack finally will be taken down. And with that, Ricky in a bad position. Spellram still there. Might take down Harem, but he manages to survive. The Phantom Screen is there, but the reckless engage taunt will be there from Tyler for the rescue, and he will take it down with a slam of his own. And with that, we can see the side of Team MHC. They managed to trade up a lot, but at the same time, they had a really reckless, what do you call, loss of bodies. They managed to give out a shutdown on that Kuro.
This is in favor of Peak still, because now they are able to hold on to the game a little while longer, which could have ended like a few minutes ago if Matt had played the macro right. But now that they lost out the members, they have to back away yet again, giving a little bit of a time for Peak to inhibitors already gone. Skyzen might eventually be losing out to the goal as well, level 15 already. He might not be having the best Capriccio stack in comparison to any other Granters that he's been playing, because he's been shut down quite a lot. There's no spacing for him, and the only thing that they should do right now is try to give out the minions, collect the minions into their own bases and get those Capriccio stacks, because when you have those stacks, you'll be able to have the unlimited bullets, and that's what we need right there. And for 10k still, he's definitely favoring into the goal though, so that's a very, very massive for Peak. All they have to do now is to be careful. They cannot really get taken down again, because even if one of them die, especially if it's Lemonia, it's definitely gonna be one of the riskiest moment here. And you know what, Jeff? I think this should be a contested lot too.
Maybe they will be going for a contest because we can already see all the members from the side of Team P coming in, but the Lord will be engaged by the side of Team NXT instead. Oh, we can already see Lemonia going onto the backline, but the AOG, Godkai has managed to secure that retreat battle with the Lord as well. Shutdown finally comes in onto his head, and Skyzen is as fire. He is going with a Rhapsody combo, finally secures a double kill. Skyzen gets that BOD as well as the thirst for blood, and with that, we can see here is going on. He is at a blaze of his own. With that, the mid lane will be taken down as well as the Lord. Skyzen, not Skyzen, but the God Kai's absolute retry battle that he just played out with that absolute secureness of the Lord. The clutch deal will be there as well as the hopes for MAT being destroyed right now. We can already see Ricky harassing Tyler as he is the only one sustaining. And this is what we are saying, you know, whenever the macro is on towards your hand, play it safe, play it with discipline. But no, Team MAT went in for that, and with that, the Nexus will be taken down from the side of Team B, and they will be coming with that absolute comeback of their own. And with that, the side of Team Peak securing the first kill, first game on their hands.
Wow.
Oh,
You don't come back with a 10k goal lead. I mean, it was 9k, but almost 10k. You don't come back with that, man. That was absolutely
mm,
amazing. Bonkers movement coming through from Peak, but a lot of throws, a lot of mishaps happening from the side of MIT as well, because they shouldn't be really doing that, you know? Like we already said into the game, you cannot really trade out your life even for the goal leader if you are onto the winning side, because that can cost you quite a lot. And they have been losing their members. 2 or 3 of their members always been taken down into the hands of the DPS of the side of Peak, and that costed them a lot too. The last lot fight, you don't want to go for a 50-50 when you are ahead. When you are ahead, you want to zone them out. You want to be slow. You want to drag the Lord for a little while so that you can bait them out, and it will not be going down to 50-50 situation. And there was also a very dire game, a very dire fight for Peak already. They had to contest or they are done for, and that was a great risk that they were willing to take. Every member of the side of Peak played so well, because the initiation coming through from Lemonade, the zone coming through from Ricky as well, and lastly the Lord still coming through from Kais. It was amazingly well done by Peak, and that was the greatest decision that they have seen them ever made.
Exactly. The last Lord fight absolutely changed up everything because we actually saw God Kais. He was building up that Winter Crown really perfectly, but at the same time, he had that Wishing Lantern. At the same time, he had the Divine Glaive. So we were expecting the tanks to be melted down pretty easily, and that perfect engage
Hmm.
coming in from Lemonair. We'll have to give it to them as we'll have to give it to him as well because the way he actually went towards the back line made sure that the Ruby as well as what do you call the Zushin does not get that engage that they should have gotten, and the AOG missing out was just a cherry on top. They managed to give out the Lord to God Kais. He came in with a clutch deal of his own with the retribution. And that game absolutely changed up because we saw Skyzen went towards the back line, hunted down two of the members. The double kill already followed up towards him. He melted down everyone because he had that BOD. And after
Yep.
mixing up the BOD's stats at the same time, having the Malefic Rod's penetration, the defenses on towards the Granger is like nil, almost nil. You will be melting them down without any issues. And he already had 7 stacks when he went towards the engage. He had 7 stacks on towards the Skypiea, so there was just a cherry on top. But with this, we'll be in the
Oh.
MVP moment. Oh, Savage, Angela, Papi Papi Boom.
Oh my god. There was a time when I thought that a Savage Warrior wouldn't be playing the Angela, because he is a Novaria kind of guy. He is a
oh man.
Jushin kind of guy, He wanna have the damage, he wanna poke. But I would have thought that he'll be racing. I mean, what racing? He would be acing in and on an Angela, by the way. 100% team participation, always riding on top of Kais and able to secure all of this retribution with that. I mean, it was perfectly amazing. And the builds coming through from him also, that's an extra heal. I mean, not heal, extra shield from the Holy Crystal, which is very costly. And it's very surprising that he was able to build out the glowing one too, and together with the Holy Crystal, which, yeah, regarding seeing that they were actually behind onto those gold, but amazingly well done, because he was for to be honest, MVP has to be all of the teams, and even God Kai's signed a lot in this game so far. He was able to play out the macro. He was able to secure onto those lord, even though they did not have the turtle nonetheless. But amazing synergy, amazing decision making, and the way that they know how to use each of their hero was spectacular.
Exactly. It's up to the what do you call it? Hero mastery that you have. But yes, with this, we'll be in the MVP highlight moment. Just look at Angela,
Wow.
whenever there is a team fight, the Angela's heart god will be there. And on towards the bottling, though. Already a really, what do you call it? Immense battle that was played out, though.
To be fair, if we talk about the highlights, it will be mainly MAT who was doing the
Exactly.
greatest job, because they were playing so good. Honestly, they were having all the leads that they require into the early game. Getting a kill only onto Ricky was also a very on top moment, and then they got the turtle again. The macro decision that they made was too good. Only onto the later game, they choked down a little bit because they keep losing out the members unnecessarily, which you don't have to do. So that kind of give out, the way of their kryptonite, right? late game might be
Exactly.
eventually be their kryptonite, because in laning phases, when it was the turrets were standing, the turtles were there, the lords were free, they were so amazing onto those team fights too. This was almost a cold save from Savage Warrior, honestly, but he wasn't able to do that because the damage coming through from MAT was already too much to handle, and I think this is the only death that he might be having to. But nevertheless, this was a good Angela that we have seen so far. The impact wasn't known, but we could see here the heal he always provided was amazing. Even this part also, they sustained quite a lot. Not quite a lot. They sustained a long time. That Kaizen was able to clear onto this Lord onto the top lane already.
Exactly, because like a lot of whenever there was a fight, the hard card actually came in clutch, and whenever we felt like someone's about to die, I mean not someone, but whenever they had a fight, they actually had a lot of losses. But as the
Mhm.
game progressed, they actually managed to hold up the game really well on their own, despite the fact that Team MHC made up a lot of reckless engages. But yes, this is the exact fight that we were talking about. Straight on the backline,
Yeah.
Lemon went in, caught up that Ruby, and straight off, we can see Skyzen just went in, securing a lot of kills on his own hands, making sure Alice died. Straight up after that, went in for Lek, and with that, the game actually ended out because the only person that was surviving was the Gatotkacha, and a
Mhm.
Gatotkacha is already known for not having the fastest lane clearance. Because of that, we can also see him fall out the EXP lane and moreover go on towards the roaming side, and that was pretty much it. We can see the side of Team MHC crumbling straight on towards that Lord fight, on towards the last Lord fight, and the game ended with the side of Team Peak securing the first game on towards their hand. And this time, maybe the side of Team MAT, they have learned a lesson. They might actually make sure that they don't make up the same mistakes on towards this game, play a lot more disciplined sessions, and make sure
Yep.
that the turrets will be taken down rather than the kills. So let's see how the second game goes, because this game would be the redemption arc. This time, the way that they were embarrassed, they will actually have to come back. Not come back,
Mhm.
but they will actually have to keep that same pace, but with a little more extra discipline. And instantly, if we'll be looking on towards the game statistics, we can see that the items were built on towards the actual basis for countering the side of Team MHC rather than going on towards the usual build. Though the Joy actually went in for the Genius Wand, straight on towards the Holy Crystal, but going on towards that arcane boots, no. There was a tough boots
Yep.
coming in because knowing a lot of CC, especially with that Ruby, Gatotkacha, as well as Kuro on towards the Lantern Flare, a lot of stuns were coming on towards the side of Team MAT. So the tough boots, though the damage would not be as exponential on towards the early game, on towards the early to mid game, still, God Kais decided to actually sell that idea on towards the arcane boots and went in on towards the tough boots so that he can actually run on towards a team fight a little longer than going for a
Yeah.
damage. And the late game, he actually played it out really well. And as well as Kaizen, though, if we talk about him, just look at his items.
I mean, he was already ahead of Lilac, to be honest. Even though they were losing out quite a lot, he did have the Hunter Strike and the Sky Piercer very early on, and even the
Exactly.
Malefic Roar too. Only the BOD and the Wind of Nature was added to the last part where it was. I mean, really used for the last fight. That was amazing, to be honest, because you cannot be ahead onto your gold lane when you are these behind into the early phases when you are a Granger. But I think it also has something to do with the presence of the Angela and the Hylos altogether. Because onto the mid side, even though you lose out onto the Angela, you can be very careful, and it's still worth it for them because now that they have the Capriccio stacks onto the hands of Skyzen, he already have the damages done. But honestly speaking, I think for this game, who shines for me the most has to be God Kais, because he was able to do what he should be doing. The early phases of the game was already down the drain. So all he had to do was play the macro, get the objective, the most important objective, and they did exactly that. And to be honest, if we look at the stats so far, it looked like MAT are the one winning because of the
Exactly.
pristine KDA that they have.
I mean, just look at that 3-1-11 on towards Gatotkacha, 3-1-9 on towards Alice, 3-1-7 on Lancelot. I mean, these are the original statistics that we'll be seeing, the stats that we'll be seeing when you are actually winning up the game. But
Mm,
this is what we are talking after all. This is the land for John we are talking after all. We do not
yeah.
expect the cooking games coming in because a lot of times we can see a really
what do we call it, really unexpected U-turns that actually come on towards the game, and this was the exact example of that. Team Peak, the most impossible comeback, they made it possible because they say, right, some people actually say out there that there is possible even in the word impossible. So yes, Team Peak, they are the definition of it.
Absolutely right. Second game is what is going to be turning the tide around, especially for the mentality for MAT. There it will be down the drain, like you already said. But damage dealt for a peak is actually even enough, but it's more. Yeah. It has to be more into the hands of Skyzen, but Ricky and Kais are signing quite a lot. I think, yeah, Ricky also did a really good job with the way he was able to zone out and go in and go out, and without getting taken down. But also into the early games, I think most of the damage coming through from MAT has to be the early game because we can see that they weren't able to do anything after the third lord was there. They were just wiped out instantly, but they played the cards very right. The micro were amazing coming through from Harem. It was also good from Pablo to Kuro, not helping, not letting Angela do anything into the mid lane as well. But they did not have the damage on the last part, so that was something that only Peak can do. But hey,
Mhm.
I think there's still time for them. Best of two series is what we're talking about, and there's also almost always an open way to try to have a comeback. In a meta where comebacks are rarely known, it's surprising that Peak are able to make it work.
Exactly. I mean, in this exact meta where usually fighters are dominating in every single lane, even in the what do we call it, jungling section, we can see a lot of utility rather than the junglers. And with this, what do we call it, current patch note, we actually saw YSS fall off in terms of picks as well, though he is there and his damage has not been touched. Still, the utility junglers, they are actually making sure that their dominance on towards the land of Dawn will always be there and are actually maintaining it at the same time. Because a lot of junglers in a lot of certain teams as well, they are making sure that they will be abusing the utility meta really perfectly, and they are actually making it work really well. Because marksmen, we usually see carry being picked off in a lot of scenarios, but when it comes towards the mages, there are mages like Farsa, even Novaria in some scenarios just makes
Mm.
out a lot of wonderful snipe and make sure that the marksmen don't get the chance to be sniping on, and combining it even with the Eve when we have it, and most of the marksmen, if you're speaking, you don't have exact escape skills like Nathan does on towards the entropy, though he is
Yeah.
always there, but he gets caught off in a lot of scenarios. Granger is there with the second skill, but his second skill has been shortened as well. He just gets stuck in a lot of walls rather than just making through the walls in a lot of scenarios. So the marksmen in this meta, they have been brutally, what do we call it, overshadowed rather than
Mm.
making sure that climbing up the ranks. But in
Yep.
this meta, people ask me, Debbie, they have had it at the same time. They have Granger as well as Nathan. These three marksmen, they are the only one rising, and in a lot of rare scenarios, in some rare scenarios, we can see carry shining, but that only happens when they have mages like Angela or something. So that leaves out a lot of questions from the side of from this patch note currently. So yes, the EXPs, the fighters are dominating, but maybe in future they will have a lot of scenarios where they can get countered off, because we can see Lunox is rising, right, Debbie? Like
Yep.
rising,
Yep.
dominating.
Absolutely.
Thinking about it though, we are already in the drafting phase. MHC with their textbook bans already. Kalia will be banned off.
Kalia, yeah, I feel like they don't just want the pick off hero or they don't play the Kalia at all because honestly speaking, Pick has been playing with the Kalia for a long time, so they might be well versed onto that. Lemonade, amazing onto that hero. But nevertheless, for Tyrant though, his performance onto the Gato was also amazing, so they can actually keep the Gato here. But the Lunox, like already mentioned, Peak will be banning it away. It's always the Lunox or the Kimi ban. Either pick out the Lunox or the Kimi, prior all those two heroes into the mid side, and have the flex onto the Lunox as well if the situation is right. But this time around, I think what could they remove him for MAT? Because Kai is amazing on the Joy and the Lancelot altogether. But Yuzhong, they don't want to use onto the first pick. Interesting.
I mean, a use on first pick meta, like we were speaking, Debbie. But yeah, Yuzong on the first pick actually works wonders in some scenarios because his Black Dragon form, he can go on towards the backline hunt. At the same time, he has a really interesting zoning potential on his hands, especially with the Sha
Uh,
essence that he can sustain a lot longer. So yes, regardless of that, though, this time Peak will actually give out the respect ban on towards the hands of Team MAT. This time it's going to be the Gato Kacha that will be on towards the ban section rather than pick
okay.
section. And I'm expecting a Alice, but no, not for now because MAT YSS
Mhm.
ban.
Why is this ban? I think with the bans coming through from Peak already, they thought that Kais might go for the
Mhm.
Yishun because Isis is a very pretty good hero, but Gatot is always there to be onto the other side to be the menace. But the CC always got to go when you're onto the red side, and I think MAT also, kind of mistaken kind of misinterpreted the damage coming through from Ricky onto that CC. But nevertheless, like we already mentioned, if the Lunos is banned, the Kimi have to be prior, so the first pick is gonna be the Kimi from Matt in AT. So these kind of open up a lot of competition and a lot of ways for them to flex it out. Lapu Lapu again, the Grok also coming through. Oh man, I hate to say this, but Lapu is still a flex.
I mean, we can't say, because Kaizen,
Yeah,
he actually plays out Lapu Lapu at the same time if he wants to. He can give it to Ricky and he can play out that Lapu Lapu as well. So that still leaves
exactly.
out the mystery. But iconic counter comes in for the Lapu Lapu. It's going to be the Esmeralda. And again,
Yay.
MHC will make sure that they will have the Lancelot on their hands on towards Harem. But Kuro though, on towards the Kimi. I mean, Kimi is a menace in this meta, especially knowing that they have already banned out the Alice, not the Alice, but the Lunox. And if they want to, they can
Oh yeah,
actually ban
wow.
out a lot of Hayabusa, the
I
backline
was expecting
hunter.
this
So
actually
definitely
because
the backline hunting is going to be tough now.
yep, whenever you see a Kimi and a Jushin, just know that the Haya will be appearing. So now we are going to be seeing another assassins into the jungle yet again, and a comfort for Harem. I think I like a Lancelot here, but honestly speaking, with the Grok and availability, he's always gonna be out there because the way you play the Grok, right, it's always gonna be him following your jungle around. So what can they ban here for peak? Taking away the boss here still because they might be expecting it into the room. So what else can for MAT? They should ban out the mages, right? So what is good against the Kimi? They can take care of the Farsa,
Mm.
Jushin.
Farsa and mm-hmm. Farsa Zushin.
Oh.
Ooh, instead they actually
Wow.
banned. Mm. Oh, I see. They are still expecting a Lapu Lapu on the EXP, but
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, if you're talking about it, we saw Linek actually play off that Ruby, and maybe he can play off that Esmeralda if they feel like Lapu Lapu would be on towards the gold lane.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it's
yeah.
still
True.
to be.
That's a possibility. Hilda is what they ban for Peak, so they ban out the Roamer possibility. And Granger was, oh, wow. Okay, okay. This is gonna be a mad respect for Mr. Gaijin. I think, honestly speaking, I would like if they ban out the mages here, though, because it could be very, very good for Savage Warrior. Now he's gonna be having all his hero pool open. But Skyzen, I think they might be forcing him to go for the Lapu Lapu. But here we go. Like we already mentioned, the Farsa was a good pick for the Kimi, so that they will be picked away. But it can still be handled by the Lancelot though, so it's okay.
I mean, definitely a Kimi can, not a Kimi, but the Farsa can be handled down by that Farsa of that Lancelot, but they have a Grok, that leaves out a
Yeah.
really big pothole for that Kuro. And I mean, whenever he's dashing around, a wall or a tectonic charge will definitely be just standing by him to protect their, what do we call it? The Savage. So that still leaves out a lot of questions. But despite the fact that they had a Esmeralda, which is expected on towards the EXP now because a Ruby is there, as well as combining it with that Minotaur, which is going to be a big issue, especially with his Minion Fury, which enhances the healing capability comes in, and he will be able to heal all of his teammate with that 8% HP mark. But
Wow.
it's going to be a cherry on top, which still leaves out a question. Xbox on the goal lane or it's going to be Lapu Lapu on the goal lane. But what do you say about it? But as of now, we can see Skyzen on the Xbox instead.
So we'll see, man. It'll be interesting how whichever lane that they're going. But if they want to have a winning lane, they can put Skyzen onto the Lapu and Ricky onto the Xborg. But then again, Lilac, he was playing the Ruby, right? So he can eventually win onto the lane. Because honestly speaking, Xborg win against both of them. So wherever he goes is going to be having a good time. To be honest, Peak right now, they won one winning lane and they're going to be getting one with the Xbox. I did not expect the Xbox to come through. I was looking for maybe a Harris, but then the Esmeralda was already picked out, so the Harry was really not an option. So they kind of forced Skyzen to go for the fighter into the gold lane. So I'm not complaining because it's still going to be amazing because it's an Xbox.
Exactly. But yes, guys, with this, we are in the Hornbill Esports Championship, the last game of the online qualifiers between both this team, and this is the second match. On the blue team this time, we have none other than Team Matt, and on the red team, we have Team. Nah, you know it, guys. I don't want to repeat it again. But anyways, it's going to be Team Pig, and this time again, it's going to be God Kais will actually secure the lead, so which will be giving him an early lead onto the jungling side. But Lemonair being a menace, being the millionaire in terms of the Lemon being the sorest guy, actually harassing the jungle area already, providing a lot of vision for his team, which is going to be. Oh, he actually steals it out as well.
Wow. Amazing, good thoughts coming through. I feel like okay, this is a goal in Xbox, so it's okay. I did not know it was a goal in Xbox, by the way. But yeah, amazing that they are still sending the Lapu Lapu to go against Esmeralda. But now I feel like Kais, they might want to go for a little bit of an invade and Lemonade with the Grok. I think
Lemonade.
with the Grok, you always give out these one, but he stole the blue. Right? No, he did not.
He steal out that green buff instead. That's a little annoying thing. But before that, though, it's going to be Godkais who comes in with a quad shadow as well as a shadow kill. Manages to get the first blood on his hands. Harem will be taken down as well as his orange buff, which will be dropped down on the hands of none other than Godkais. And with that, the turtle will be here, but it will not be a contested one because Harem is still on that level 2 while Godkais, he is getting that snowball. He is on the level 5 mark. But regardless of that, though, we can still expect the EXP lane having a little issue as long as they don't go and gank it as of now. But yes, with this, the turtle will be on the hands of Team Peak and Xbox. It's going to be Skyzen who is being a menace as of now, actually wants to harass. But nonetheless, the turtle falls on the hands of Team Peak as well as the gold lead.
Yep, gold lead is what they have right now. Might be an engage. That's gonna be a sun coming through. Power with the flicker. Oh my goodness, Ricky! Able to grab a kill, instant kill. That was amazing. Engage coming through, but on the other hand, Lemonia able to give out a vision from Harem right there. The Lancelot not really having a good time hiding in his places though. But hey, look at that!
Six shot flicker combo, and before that the attraction pulse cancelled down the feather airstrike, but it was way too late because the Lancelot Harem is still on the level 3 mark. The engage is there, the harassment is still being played off by the side of Team Peak too. And they are not stopping at all. The snowball is continuing. Even before the 5-minute mark, they have a 3k goal lead on their hands. None of the members from the side of Team Math, which are actually a core member, will be having the level 4 mark as of now, as well as Harem. Imagine your jungler is still level 3 while your opponent is level 7, and this is a competitive series we are talking about where the goal lead is going to be really crucial. And as we are speaking, Lemonair is being a menace. He's not letting even the smallest scams being taken down for that Harem, and he is harassing him straight off the bat. And before that, the quad shadow, he is still connected. Harem will be taken down by Godkai with a shuriken combo. Before that, Lemonair making sure that it's going to be the minion fury that will be popped out, forced one, but he will still be taken down because Kaizen's last insanity was there, as well as Esmeralda, which will be taken down by Godkais. The quad shadow and the shuriken being a menace, being combined with the flame retribution, which will be dropping the defenses from the Esmeralda, and the side of Team M8C being dropped really behind, and the jungler still level 4 while Godkais is at level 8 mark.
This is a turnaround, I would say, because honestly speaking, into the first game, it was 0-5 to the score for MAT, and it's just two kills that they had for Peak, and they did have the game into their hands. So, well, that's never a saying. But then again, Harem this time around will not be able to do anything on his comfort hero. The Lancelot will not be working out because what do they have? Lemonair onto the Grok, and he's always going to be out there. And they also have a winning lane into the goal side too. So the rotation wise, Lilac is actually going to be caught behind Armor Fan. That will not be doing anything for a while. Look at that.
Oh, we can all. Oh wait, there was a way through a heavy damage coming in from Lemonade. Tectonic
Wow.
charge, making sure Headham dies, and Ricky really perfect rotation coming in.
This guy's
Lilac in a bad position though. Last Insanity will be the cause of the death for none other than the Ruby, sadly. But before that,
wow.
Kuro in a bad position for the airstrike marks him down, but it's not enough because Tyler will have to
Oh.
sacrifice his life so that Kuro will be living another day. But Ricky, menace to this match, actually goes in with that twin blade, dropping Kuro almost down that dead HP, but he will still survive with little to no pixel amount of HP surviving as well as the top lane. First tier taken down, and this is what I'm saying, you don't want to give that what they call snowball towards peak. They have the discipline. We
Yeah.
actually saw it on the first game as well. They made sure that the macro was onto what
Actually,
the hand and yeah, yeah.
yeah. I feel like this is gonna be a very good lead for a peak right now. 7k is what they have, and Skyzen will not be dying anymore, man. Because oh my god, Harem, tech charts. Okay, that was nothing. But Ricky was actually removed onto the top. Okay, that was a one trade that they were looking for. So it's still not gonna be a shutdown kill. So peak is still okay with the lead that they have right now. So 6k is what they are gonna be suffering from. MAT, their jungle not really having a good time, which means that they will not be able to contest onto this objective as well. And all you have to do now is what Kai did into the first game.
I mean, it's not even going to be possible for what Kai's did on the first game because it's Hedem and the side of Team Peak. They're already all around the map. But for that, Dominion Fury, Starfall Knight combo comes in. Might take now, but no, it's not enough because Savage Warrior still sustains. But Minotaur will be taken down instead. God Kai still goes in trying to secure the kill, but out of range. Kuro will be living to see another day. Still 0 deaths on his hands, but 1 kill. But will it be enough though? Because it's going to be Linux who will be isolated from his team, and the raging slashes will be the death. And with that, the tectonic charge actually goes in. Kuro might be taken down. The Rand Shaker will be there. Ricky will take it down as Kaizen will be using up the flicker to be running away, securing a mega kill in the process. Will be taking down that. Oh man, Pavo, you came in, but you died sadly. And with that, Team Peak securing almost 9k, not 9k, but almost 9.5k goal lead on their hands.
And the turtle will be giving it more yet again, and they will be able to steal out of the red buff too. Everything is purely dominance coming through from Peak right now. They surely do look angry, man. Because honestly speaking, when you settle.
Oh, we can already see the Quadrant and the Shadow Kill coming in, dropping Hanum almost down, but Pavo might be taken down. The lethal vision will be there for the finisher, and with that, we can see the side of Team MAT crumbling apart, but the side of Team Peak secures that 10k mark before the 10-minute game here. But Kuro dropped half, even with that quad and the shuriken combo without the basic attack itself. But Ricky, though, he will sustain as of now, but the Lord is still not there. But the side of Team Peak, they are making sure that before the Lord arrives, the Holy Shield will be taken down. But though before that though, the fight still comes in. It's going to be the death for Harem because of the feather airstrike as well as the lethal ignition. God Kai is no quad shadow, but secures because of the Ricky's what they call bravest fighter as he still manages to survive. Ricky though, he is still inside that turret. I am offended comes in. He will be taken down, but the tectonic charge comes in for that fight. But Lemonaire flickered out and he will be sustaining as the top lane inhibitor will be taken down.
Oh my god, they are so ahead of the goal, and every items that they have already built up is too much for them to handle. Even the Esmeralda power here cannot sustain out the shadow kills most of the time because the builds coming through already from God Kai is already so heavy. You know, the items, he's heavy later with items and he have all the goals that he's required. Even Savage Warrior onto this Farsa, he can burst out any people that he wants, and that is saying something because the Farsa you cannot really let it farm. And for Tyler Durden onto this Minotaur, you want to be ahead, but never mind, there might be something here, but it's just gonna be the Holy Blessing being popped up. Back to the point though, Minotaur, when you are behind onto the goal, right, you are not the very squishy member. I want to know if he actually went for the Flask of Oasis or directly going for the Sustain, because that would have been the option that he should go for. He cannot go for the Flask anymore. He should go directly. What? 0 builds, 0 defense. That's bad. He's gonna be melted like butter, man.
Exactly. He has no defensive items on his hands. He only has those what do you call it, starter items. Oh man.
Oh my.
Oh, finally he complete. Oh no, it's not him, but it's going to be Ruby with the anti-Q instead.
on Antique and VARX. Not
Yeah, man.
you kind of need dominance too because of the heal and the seals coming through from Ricky or even Lemonade. And they VARX is into the hands of the Hayabusa as well, so that's a true damage.
Exactly. Oh, but before that, the Lemonade comes in with a tectonic charge on the wall combo as well
What?
as a really useless combo. But Tyler actually managed to secure a kill with the minion Fury, but not enough because Ricky will be taking him down with Skyzen in a bad position, but has his flicker to be saving his life. Four members still standing on both the teams, but minions are marching down with the blood still coming on towards the top lane. Hedam will use up the puncture, but not enough for now because it's going to be the quad shadow. There will be there Skyzen caught up with the I'm offended. His what do you call it? Paraga armor will be popped down, but he will be surviving for now. Ricky comes in with that. It is going to be for the airstrike. I will make sure that it's going to be the death for Linux once again. But Lord is still there, but none of the members from the side of Team Big who are actually going to be sustained for the front line will be having a lot of fun time. But before that, though, it's going to be the quad shadow with the shadow kill onto the back line, not catching anyone as of now. But Tyler will be dropped really low, knowing that he has no defenses. He will be belted down, but the Lord is inside the perimeter off towards that Nexus, but will be taken down instead. But Ricky is sustaining a lot, even though that is going to be a Tyler. He will be melted down with the bot lane. Backside already with a tectonic charge with the flicker combo catching Kuro off guard with the airstrike, dealing up a lot of damage. I'm offended, misses out because of the Lemonaire's perfect flicker with the
Wow.
Nexus, which is going to be marked down. It's going to be Hayabusa who is trying to do a lot of damage, but finally, as of now, it's going to be the end for the side of Team Matt here with Team Peak to Pink, who will be managing to secure that really ruthless, really merciless battle that they just played out there. And with that, Team Peak, congratulations on qualifying for this LAN event for the Hornbill events.
Last team to qualify for the LAN event, ladies and gentlemen. We have Pig as your final member. We'll be seeing them into the LAN event as well, and I hope they are very, very ready for it too. And we have to talk about the game as well. Pure dominance is what we saw there. The game one was looking too good for MAT, but then Pig they made a comeback because of the presence of a marksman onto their side, and they were able to accumulate all the goals that they have right now. And now they are showing dominance with 11k goalie into their hands even when they were actually not losing out. I think they were securing every objective that was known to mankind in Land of Dawn, and then everything leads down to them having 11k goal lead, and that is something that you cannot really come back to. Even though they do not have a marksman anymore, fighter means snowball, and if you get the snowball, you'll not be giving you'll not be making any mistake, because into the first game, the difference between the first game and the second game was that into that first game, Peak they had a marksman to the side, and second game, I don't think the Kimi was really working for MAT. He's not really free hitting. Why? Because there was a Hayabusa who was always gonna be getting her down, and that kind of come in clutch for Peak, and I think that was a very domineering manner that they ended the game.
That's true. The amount of dominance that was played out by the side of Team Peak here actually made sure that the side of Team Matt, they don't get any resources, especially with the Lemonade, the way he was being a
Yeah.
menace to them. Whenever he was farming even the little cramps, that Lemonade was like, nah, let me just yoink it out of your mouth. When he was like, yoink, that's mine now. But yes, regardless of that, Lemonade, I hope you get the MVP as well as the highlights, man, because I really want to see you
True.
stealing out those jungle camps right now. Man, that type
That
of
was
rumor.
amazing.
Exactly, especially with the Harem. He was probably raging there, the way Lemonade was always in his jungle area, and none of the members from the side of Team Matt were able to do anything for him because what are they gonna do? He's a tank, he's a freaking titan that they wanna stand up against. You don't wanna be messing around that rocky titan, man.
Yep, exactly. And he have a wall that that makes
Exactly. Oh, man.
everything stop too. And eventually into the drafting as well. That was what I was worried for Harem as well, because that
Oh,
could have
Savage
been,
again.
oh no, it's Saboteur instead. Well, he's also deserving of that because this is a consistent MVP that he has been getting into this best of three series with the Angela now, with the Falsa again, 24% damage dealt, 76% team fight participation. This dude was everywhere in the place into the early games as well. And interesting build enough that he did not go for the Holy Crystal. He went for the Butterfly,
Mhm.
the Lantern, the Whistling Lantern, so that I think because I think he did this because even the goal leader for MAT was a tank, was basically a utility fighter. So you wanna have this item in your kit when you are going against it. Even if the game drag clone, I don't think he might be going for the Holy Crystal though. He could go for the Divine Glaive instead.
I mean, that will just put up a cherry on top, because you have more magical
Yeah.
penetration on you. And if you ever feel threatened that there is going to be the Minotaur or even the Ruby who will actually try to mark you down, you can just top it off with that Winter Crown, which will actually disrupt a lot of skills. So, yes, Savage, you definitely went for a really, what do we call it? Predictable, really, what do you call it, calculated build that you just went in for that because Arcane Boots, there was already enough penetration on the early game, knowing that the side of Team MHC, they did not had any resources on their hands, so the goal lead was really behind on them.
Yeah.
And having that penetration combined it with that Genius Wand, that was really interesting and topping it off with the Wishing Lantern. You can just say that the tanks stood no chance. The utility, the defensible heroes that they were, the frontliners, they stood no chance against them. And the side of Team MHC, their hopes were crushed here because the first game they had a glimpse that they would have actually had a really interesting battle against Peak to Plume. But the second game, the way that they actually played their games was, what can we say? The hopes were crushed. But anyways,
Yeah.
as we can see, we are already in the MVP highlight moments. As we can see, Lemonair being a menace in this battlefield already.
Definitely, man. Into the since the first minute of the game, he was in the jungle for Harem, and he was able to take him down as well twice in a row into his own jungle. And he made Lemonade, not Lemonade. He made God Kai's level 7 when Harem was level over 3. That's the biggest level
Yeah,
gap I've seen
exactly.
in the early game, and that's something
Oh
we
man.
might not see anymore. But honestly speaking, that was amazing. But this was also a good dive coming through from Ricky. You cannot really get away with going against your counter and taking her down as well. Esmeralda versus Lapu Lapu, that was amazing too. But now, yeah, this is what Lemonade has been doing, man. He's all over the places, chasing him away because, honestly
Mhm,
speaking, Grog,
exactly.
he got the
Yes, I
damage, right?
mean,
Even though he's a tank.
mhm. I mean, I would love to see his items. I think he made that Fury Hammer in the early game and went in for the harassment mode. I'm not sure about
Uh,
his build because I did not quite catch a glimpse of his items. But yeah, if you're looking into this fight, the way they actually made sure that Tyler would force himself to use that minion fury to sustain,
mhm,
but made him stick on that same location so that the last insanity would be his death ray. But yes, regardless of that, on towards this fight as well, they made sure that the mid lane will be taken down. Lemonair straight on towards the back line, and the flicker land shaker made sure that Kuro will not have that Sky Piercer stack because he had one kill and he had zero deaths on him. So he had the Sky
yeah,
Piercer stack, defense stack on him. But after they actually marked him down, he had almost close to none stack as the fight actually extended. A lot of resources on the side of Team Math were taken down, and straight on this fight, we can see like it was not even, what do we call it? Yeah, it was not even the fight that they should have taken. But regardless of that, the game ended at a really quick pace, and straight
uh,
on this fight, the Lemonair going with the tectonic charge onto the back line, combining it with Hadam just trying to go in for more, but caught off guard instead. Last Insanity being used, the Minion Fury was just a cherry on top, giving them extra time to brutally take him down and the game ending up. But yes, regardless of that, the side of Team Peak, they actually played off at a really aggressive role on the second game. They could have done the same on the first game, but I don't know what held them back. But regardless of that, they had a Gringy who actually required a little bit of the mid game section, knowing that he was facing a Ruby. But yes, with this would be, what can we say, Debbie? This would be a really redemption arc. This would be a really payback time for the side of Team Peak for having a really hard time in the first game. But yes, if you're looking into the items, no penetration item onto his Grog, but still dealing a lot of damage. That's how much we can say that the level gap causes a lot of troubles now.
yep. Exactly. And I don't think he even went for the Fury Hammer though, because the passive enough is a lot of damage for the Grok into the early game too. And now that he have the rapid boots, that's a very good regeneration and a movement speed that he have right there. So that was just him adding on to the amount of bullying that he can do against Harem. And Harem this time around, I think he was actually forced to build out the magic blade so that he'll be able to survive any onslaught. But at this point, I think he was so behind. It was actually, surprising that he was just 5 deaths. Into the early game, he got down 3 times in a row, and at that point of a time, for Peak, they don't really care where he was. They were focusing more on Kuro rather than him at that game. And then yeah, they did not want to let him scale too. And the fact that they have a winning goal side,
Mhm.
it's making it harder for MAT to rotate, and Skyzen was faster in the rotation and the clearance in comparison to Lilac onto the Ruby. That's important, that's important. If even if you have a losing XP lane, you might want to play for the winning gold lane. And I think Peak also surprisingly decisive enough to go for the invade onto the jungles, because the Versa and the Grok combination is also very deadly already. And I kind of like that they pick out the Versa rather than the Zuxian, because they want to play just like this and they are having their strategies right on point. And yeah, that was amazing of the start of the game, and they really really end the game without any fault too.
Exactly. But yes, Debbie, what do you say? Do we pack it up now?
We got to pack it up because I think we have to pack for the land.
Oh, no, we don't pack it. We got the game statistics instead.
Okay,
Yeah,
I mean,
but just
the
look at
thing,
that.
the damage, even though Harem, he did
Mhm.
not have the damage, and I feel like if he did not have the spacing, MAT was actually falling behind, right? And the God Kais, whenever he go in with the shadow kills, everyone, I think he can even kill power onto the Esmeralda.
Exactly. I mean, just looking into statistics, I mean, a lot of damage was taken by him, but combining it with Tyler, he was doing a really good job just trying to sustain a lot longer. But sadly, they had Skyzen, who was actually playing a true damage hero, who was melting the defenses. Combining it with Savage Warrior, we already got a glimpse of his items. He went for a full penetration, full melting type of items that he went in for, and especially knowing that they have Harem and Kuro, who had to solely rely on those itemizations. They were left at the what do you call it stake where they need to get the items. But if you're talking about items, they are behind almost 13k gold lead, so the
Yeah,
items were definitely not on towards them. So that leaves the side of team MHC at a really questionable mark there, because they were not able to get the items and they were not able to sustain at the same time. So the side of Team Peak, they had a really strong draft on their hands. They had a really amazing itemizations as well on towards their sides. So this was clearly visible that the side of Team Peak, they actually left the side of Team Matt at a dust in this race of the winning side, because the side of Team Peak, they were doing all that they can on towards the map. They were all around the map. They did not even like on towards the first game. We saw Kais actually have the opening to actually clear out the minions and just make sure that he can recover the goal, with the goal that he lost with the minions, as well as farming on towards the side of Team Matt here. But regardless of that, though, we can already see that the side of Team Peak actually win up this, and they will be securing the slot on towards the land, the top 8 teams. And Debbie, why don't you go ahead, close up this game here, close up this casters deck, because we'll have to be meeting in the land instead, because this was the online stage.
absolutely. Honestly, that's what we want to do today, because Peak will be your last team to get into the land, ladies and gentlemen. And we have all of your 8 teams right now, so be sure to check out if you are curious on who they are. We will be uploading soon to the social media pages, so be sure that you'll be checking it out too. But for today, this was your Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2, by the way. And that today, as a matter of fact, is the last day for the online stages. So thank you for staying with us for a long time. I hope you all can make it to the land as well, because offline is much better than the online tournaments, mind you.
Exactly.
So, yep, that will be the end for us for the online tournament. The main show is just about to begin into the offline stages. So, see you there, but good night for now.
Good night, guys. Peace out.